Good afternoon and welcome to the Gman. Oh, what the hell? Oh, yeah. Good start. Gman's Season 12, Division 2B. With me, as you can hear, laughing in the background, which I think I might try and make a mistake at the beginning of every stream so people can hear the laughter. Is Lord Wu, our regular co-host. Say hi.
Hey, you guys.
And also we have Crystal Hunter as a special guest.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, and apparently we have 4 viewers, which means there must be at least one more person than us watching the stream.
Well, they'll see it in the recording. That's also okay.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah. So I guess wait. I'm going to start with like a little bit of a, you're a special guest. I'm going to ask you some questions. Crystal Hunter, how long have you been playing Blood Bowl for?
I've been playing Blood Bowl since the release of Blood Bowl 1. I was actually really into the cycling manager games from Cyanide, and then I saw Blood Bowl 1, and I was like, okay, well, that's an interesting thing. It's also made by the same developer. Let me get that. So I was getting that, and I really got into the game, and I enjoyed it. I was playing humans back in the day just to learn the game. And yeah, one thing came to another. I got really active in it, and that's how it all started. I started meeting people like MD2, and I played a lot against MD2 back in the day. And yeah, he taught me a few things, he told me a few things. We were actually just rivaling each other a little bit, so to speak, back in the days, and it was a lot of fun. Started playing in the OCC, everything. So that's how it all started.
So you, I kind of thought from how long you've been playing and stuff that you might have come from tabletop before, but just from the so Cyanide got you into Blood Bowl. Have you played much? Have you played any tabletop?
No, I haven't played any tabletop. I've been asked a few times to do it, so I am considering to maybe start. But I think like the whole everything happening automatically, like every move you do happens automatically, every block you do, you don't have to check which players you have used or that kind of thing. Like it all happens automatically. So for me, that's really helpful, and I kind of prefer this kind of way. But maybe someday I'll play tabletop.
I take it from the accent. You're Dutch? Is that right? Are you in Holland?
Yeah.
You're in Holland as well, then. So there's quite a big tabletop team. Okay, cool. I actually, so I'm similar in that I started playing because of the. Well, that's not true. I played a little bit of like second edition when I was a kid in the 80s.
Okay.
But basically, once I put models down and started drinking, I haven't played Blood Bowl since until Cyanide came out. But I've started going to tabletops because of UK BBL. They've got like a UK BBL tabletop that's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a huge community there over there in Britain,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, and the fact it's the smaller distances and stuff makes it all pretty easy to travel to. But also, I do think the UK BBL tabletop is one of the kind of the more of my experience of tabletops, it's one of the most entertaining because everyone just stays in a hotel together. You just get very drunk, and they play board games that aren't Blood Bowl, which is also quite entertaining.
Well, maybe I'll meet the community that way someday. That would be amazing. Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. So that's a little bit of an intro. We'll start on the games, and we'll start from the top to the bottom. So we'll go from the Trusting Gob, which was Kian Dare's Goblin team against Orc Chili Ridiculous. Did you watch this? He actually streamed it, and I caught a bit of the end of the stream.
Well, I cycled through the games a little bit, so I know from some games where what happened. And in this game was pretty interesting by itself because like you look at the score, normally you think like, okay, this is a 1-1 grind, the one that had the drive scored and that's it. But it didn't happen like that. The thing is like the first drive was for the goblins, and the orcs defended quite well, and the goblins did a potato, which wasn't, in my view, wasn't really that good. he was standing on the sideline with the pogo guy, and the pogo guy got served because he couldn't do the dodges afterwards, like he couldn't screen it off. So the pogo guy got served, and then the orc scored on that half.
Mm-hmm.
So like the goblins were 1-0 behind, and they lost the drive as well. So the orcs were receiving, and then the orcs were getting pressure back here and there, which was really good. Like that, both their defenses were quite good. And the ball carrier moved into a spot where the chainsaw could reach him.
Mm-hmm.
Like he at the duck was quite obsessed with just hitting the ball and chain.
Okay.
And that didn't work out, and then the chainsaw could just move in and just hit him in, and then the goblin screened that off, picked up the ball, screened it off, and scored their touchdown. So that's how it happened. So it was an interesting game to watch, actually, despite it being a draw.
That thing of a bit like Tree Men, where people take too much time and effort to knock down something strength 7 and end up,
Yeah, he even re-rolled it like there was I think it was a 2D. He even re-rolled it and it didn't come out. So he was actually quite unlucky with that.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that he positioned himself that way gave the chainsaw some space to move in and just go in for the ball carrier.
The chainsaw actually only made two hits the entire game. So one of them basically, made the draw, and the other one was a failure.
And then one bribe failed too. That's
you can see how important that kind of thing is. Like you gotta keep that your ball carrier safe from those kind of things at all costs. Else even a team like Goblins can just overrun you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what happened. So it kind of cost him the win, but it was a good effort from both of them in the aspect that they both defended quite well. I really liked their defensive drive. So yeah, it was a pretty nice game.
Oh, and the Goblins had Ripper, so 3 trolls.
Yeah, absolutely. There was one. There was also one turn. I can't remember the turn anymore. I think it was around turn 6 where the Goblins could even save themselves by chain pushing Ripper. No, not chain pushing. Ball and chain pushing Ripper into one of the players, and he wouldn't need a blitz after that, so he could just hit him, then move towards the ball carrier, and he would have been able to get a 1D with the Goblin. It was a bit of a tough play to see.
Yeah.
But he could have gotten there. So I don't know if the
Kian Dare actually
orc score.
Kian Dare actually missed it in the. He didn't do that. That's something you saw.
Yeah.
But it would have taken the ball and chain rolling, the right direction to hit Ripper, and then also
he did hit Ripper with the ball and chain, but he put Ripper in the wrong square.
Oh,
so like
okay.
And then he had to blitz the player that he wanted to hit.
Mm-hmm.
So he blitzed the player that he wanted to hit anyway. He could have just marked that.
Yeah.
And then could have gotten a potential 1D on the 4 strength orc thrower. But yeah, it's not an easy play to make, and the orcs could have scored anyway. But if the Goblins were lucky, who knows?
Yeah, and
so
the Goblins also had Fungus the Loon, the other ball and chains. They had 2 ball and chains, 2 trolls, and Ripper. That's quite a lot of strength on the pitch, even if only
definitely.
Well, you have to compete against that orc team. I mean,
he's
got a lot of strength on there.
Oh yeah, it's the natural troll blitzer.
Yeah.
In fact, yeah.
Yeah.
A ridiculous amount of strength up.
When you're at the TV disadvantages like the Goblins have, you usually go for an extra ball and chain. So I can actually imagine him doing that perfectly fine. But yeah, definitely an entertaining game. So if anyone wants to look at one of the games, this is one of them. This is a nice one.
And he streamed. Kian Dare streams it, so you could watch his replay if you actually want to see it live and from his perspective. Okay, cool. So should we carry on to the next game, which was your game? So I've also quickly skipped through that, and similarly there was it was a 2 defensive scores type game. A 1-1. Oh no, it looks boring.
Yeah.
Actually, it was the opposite. Although I guess with rats, you kind of you play a lot of rats, don't you? Is that you actually
Yeah,
main
just
rats? Would you say?
yeah, just a little bit. I think I have over 600 games or something in CCO on the rest. I'm not
The
sure. I gotta check how much I have.
well,
But
Spikebot, of all the games in what's the Goblin Spy? In Goblin Spy, you've got 839 Skaven games.
well, there you
Holy
go.
smokes!
So yeah, I play them quite often. I love the rats. It's just like the speed, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
I actually got into them because I was looking for some flashy agility play when I was done with the humans when I played in Level 1,
Mhm.
and I was like thinking like, well, I could play elves, but like elves are looking like a bit, fruity, like I wasn't
Yeah,
I
you
wasn't
you
too fond of them how they
you'd
look,
rather
and then I
be
saw
you'd
this
rather be a bit hairy and dirty.
exactly. So I was playing like I was finding the Skaven race there, and I was like, well, this race actually looks cool, and
Mhm.
that's how I started with Skaven, and then uh, I love the things, I love the mutations, I love the endless possibilities of how you can build them,
Mhm.
because like there's tons of possibilities how you can build the guys up.
Yeah, the
So
endless
yeah,
possibilities of claw pom, storm vermins, and strip ball gutter runners,
see,
and
but
then a recovery gutter runner, and then a one turning gutter
yeah, but
runner.
this is the thing already. You say like claw pump players. In this team I usually, or in this team I picked two Kloppung players because like the situation lended itself to it. I got the level ups at the same time and both were doubles, so I was like, well, I'll go club with both of them.
Yeah,
Um, but usually like I tend to follow the line of giving one of the Storm Vermin guard
yeah, of
and
course. You,
then
you,
go
you
into,
usually you have a support one
yeah.
and a killer. Yeah.
So there's a lot of discussion usually about how reds are properly built. Like also the natural one turner is something that's even being discussed, starting with the red ogre, not with the red ogre, is one of the most famous
Yeah.
discussions in the whole Skaven thing. It's a really interesting
And
race.
even, do you have a thrower or do you carry one on a gutter runner? And there's quite a few. There are a lot of different ways to build them.
Well, seeing as I usually go just 3 rerolls, which isn't that much for a team that doesn't have a lot of skills on them. Like the gutters do have dodge and the stormvermers have block,
Mhm.
but the linemen don't have anything.
Yeah.
So if you block something with them, it's also like a 1 in 3 chance of failing,
Mm.
and then you have to reroll. You have to kind of think like, okay, I kind of have to have some skills that have some automatic things. So a thrower, having sure hands and that kind of thing is kind of a boon to have, because like I feel you need something to solidly pick up the ball and not waste a reroll
Yeah.
for the blocking dice.
100%.
So yeah,
And in fact, I usually wouldn't take accurate. I'd take leader as one of my first, either leader or block. So either I want more ability to survive being hit, or I want to have an extra
but
reroll.
it kind of depends on how much gutters you field and
Mhm.
how the gutters develop. If your gutters develop in a way where they get a plus edgy and they or you get a double and you get something like extra arms or that kind of thing,
Mhm.
you have plenty of receivers. So the thing of getting accurate is something you can get.
Yeah.
You can also get leader to save up the rerolls, as there's a lot of
And
possibilities there
also
generally.
kickoff return is one of my favorite, thrower skills, just purely for one turning. Just that extra 3 movement before a one turn attempt can often
Yeah,
can often make it happen.
it's an option. It's also why I just generally pick Juggernaut first skill with red ogres, like
Hmm.
getting that one turner a little bit easier.
Yeah.
But also being more helpful in the pitch in general with the blitzes.
Yeah.
So if you get a red ogre, I do recommend Juggernaut as the first skill. Some people go guard, which is also fine
Hmm.
because you need a lot of guard.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah,
I,
that's
I,
some.
I don't really like guard on a rat ogre to start with because wild animal means he's great when where he's standing, but he's not doing much if you need him somewhere else. If that makes sense.
Of course, but you only have like 3 players in the whole gutter or in the whole Skaven lineup.
Yeah. Oh,
that have ground access.
I like the fact. Yeah, you call them the gutter teams, because
The gutter
because that's
teams,
all they're
yeah.
about.
Yeah.
Aldar mentions. So I've had your team on the screen for a little while, and he said so many victims there for my chores to kill. But anyway, it was a pretty exciting game. With let's see, so you actually you got hit on the ball like you got hit on the ball carrier turn 2 or something.
Yeah.
That kind of, it was that kind of start, and you just kept on pressuring, didn't you?
Yeah, what I usually do, you might have seen the game like me early on, trying to do a 2D uphill with the on the Croxigor
Mm-hmm.
that has stand firm. I was hoping to get a both down or a power something to get through to the ball carrier.
Yeah.
I'm usually really aggressive to get onto the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that usually works for me. But I was at one point, I think I was losing some players, and I was thinking like, well, I've got Skitter. Let's get some movement in. Let's try to get the dodge in on his case and just stab the ball carrier.
Yeah,
And
I saw that dodge in from the back of the cage, so there was less as well. So there were less tackle zones to dodge into. I think it was like the point where there were 2 rather than 3.
50% chance for dodge, and then with dodge reroll is 75%.
Yeah.
So I was thinking like, okay, that's a pretty good chance. And if I manage to stab him, maybe I'll do something bad to him, because the sure hands guy is a nuisance anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Just try to get rid of him, and that kind of thing worked. Like he got MNG'd, and
the short. Oh no, not the short hands guy. You mean the big hand guy? Big hand. Was it Tom?
his skink that had sure hands.
Oh,
I
okay,
was
yeah.
stabbing that
Oh,
one.
yeah. Sorry, I
Yeah.
see what you mean. Yeah.
So I MNG'd him, and then I was like, well, that's pretty good. And then Skitter caught the ball.
Yeah.
And I was thinking like, okay, I had some players free still to get around the ball. I'll just get them to get them around Skitter, and then he had to do some stuff where he had to loosen up his case a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
just to get rid of Skitter at that moment. And I threw a wizard at him.
Yeah, the fireball.
Yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, that's the thing that worked, and that's the way I basically scored the touchdown, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was for me. That was just a great half. Coming into the second half, I was kind of feeling the attrition a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Well,
he positioned really well,
mm-hmm.
my opponent.
Yeah.
And I couldn't really go for the early score, so I had to move back.
Yeah. In the second half, you tried to go down the side, and because of all the like diving tackle and the Croc's tail and guard and other things, he just kind of he made it almost impossible for you to go forwards.
Yeah, well, the main guy was the guy in the back with the block tackle, the skink in the back with the block tackle, diving tackle, which is a monster.
Yeah.
Basically.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to step him with Skitter to get him down, and then I would have tried to go for the touchdown, but the step failed.
Which left Skitter in a surfable position as well. Yeah,
absolutely. But yeah, you have to take that risk. So I was thinking like, well, I'm just gonna give that a try, and I was like, shit, this isn't working.
Yeah.
And then I moved back, and I left Skitter in a surfable position. I knew he was getting surfed, but I saw him really committing to it.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I had the option not to dodge actually, so he wouldn't get surfed. But I was thinking like, well, if I can keep an extra player on that side, I can have an easier time going to the other side. So I didn't take the fall.
Yeah.
And he got served.
Yeah.
And then I moved to the other way, and then I tried a pass, a 3++ with a 4+ catch.
Yeah, to a gutter runner who was in two tackle zones, which I thought was brave, you know.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. There wasn't that many options, and any other option was like the fail state was worse. So I was thinking like, okay, I'm just gonna do it directly this way, and it didn't work out for me. So I was thinking like, okay, well, at that moment I kind of knew that it was gonna become a draw, at least for him. I was just happy that I didn't feel it in any other way, because like if I did, then he could have probably gotten a win out of it with the attrition going on and everything. So I feel like I could have won the game, because like there were some extra chances in the first half to score the 2-0 even.
Yeah. Oh,
So I could have won the game, but
the usual rat thing of crazy dangerous things not quite working and eventually kind of being outnumbered because players out. I recorded the end of your game, turn 15 and 16. So I'm just showing that now, which starts with starting with the your turn 16 actually. So where you push your way through to get a dodge in and hit the ball carrier for 1 dice, which is a POW.
Yeah, the
Wow.
power itself was amazing. Like I wasn't expecting much of it. I was just thinking like, okay, this is the only way I can prevent him from scoring the draw. You know, like this is if this happens, it's a bonus. You know, and the POW happened, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then the ball landed against the sideline basically.
Yeah.
And I was thinking like, yeah, if I keep my gutter there, he's just gonna push it away, or he's just gonna hit it, and I have absolutely no chance to bother him anymore with it. So I was thinking like, okay, let's attempt a pickup.
Yeah.
If it fails, it might end up next to the field, so it might end up off the field, and it's gonna end up somewhere, hopefully in his hands or in his swan. And I would be very happy, you know, like I would have basically won the game that way.
It's worth pointing out you had 5 players left at this point, and he had whereas he had the best part of I don't know 10 maybe.
So there wasn't much else I could do other than that. So I was thinking like, well, let's pick up the ball. I don't know if I picked it up, but it landed in his hands eventually.
You tried to pick it up, but you failed. It bounced, hit the knocked over skink who had the ball, and then bounced back into your hands, and then you caught it. So it was a turnover.
So
it was a turnover at that point.
Yeah, and for me this wasn't that bad, because like I was thinking, okay, this is interesting for my opponent, because if he doesn't find the POW, he can take the both down there, which you'll see, because like if he takes the both down, the ball might end up on the side of the field, and he'll suffer the same throw in. So he had to think about, okay, how am I gonna down this gutter without messing things up, you know, for myself. And
I mean, I probably would have been a bit reckless and just surfed your gutter runner and hoped that the scatter wasn't terrible, because he does, you know, he's got players. He's got a plus movement skink who could reach fairly far and get back a bit, I guess. But it's obviously that's a dangerous thing for me to do. It's just
Well, he can move back, but of course, like if he moves back and picks up the ball, he needs to do a pass, which is ridiculously hard with a stunty player.
Yeah.
So that's something I had also factored in. So he does it this way, which was really good. He defended just this half. He just defended really well, to be honest. Like props on him for that.
Yeah.
He got my player down with the both down on the second square.
Yeah.
Which was really good, and the ball landed for him in a favorable position.
And even if he hadn't got that, he would have had another 2 dice with the other. He had another Saurus who would have had another chance to get roll another 2 dice. In fact, he would have had 2 more Saurus who could have carried on hitting. So he could have ended up getting 8 or 10 dice if he used the reroll. Oh, by the way, hello Ramaset. By the way, who's joined us. Ramaset.
Oh, hello Ramaset.
Ramaset and Gruff, talk amongst yourselves.
I'm looking forward to our game, Ramaset. But it's like in week 10, so it's going to be a bit far. But anyway, the thing I want to say, like there were tons of chances to get that gutter runner down at that point. But the whole scatter thing itself was interesting, because if that scatter landed a little bit unfavorably, he had to roll. He would have had to roll more dice, but he worked it out well. So props to him on that, and a draw well deserved, I guess. I could have gotten a bit more, but I'm happy with the result regardless.
Yeah. I think that's a feeling I often get when I play Skaven, though. You know, oh, the chances were there. You know, just if one more of the 2+s hadn't failed, or actually, it's true of elves as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, like for me, like playing versus Lissaman is kind of a frustrating game as well generally, because I feel like Lissaman counters Skaven really well in what they do.
Oh, really? I think the fact that lizard men almost have to carry on they have to carry on strength 2 means rats almost always get dice on the ball that they wouldn't be as easy, or wouldn't be as many dice against strength 3 ball carriers. I mean, this team is ridiculous with a sure hands ball carrier as well as a block tackle, diving tackle. You know, you could carry on the block pretty happily.
Give me a moment. I can say it well. I'm
yeah.
lock up and lock down really quick because of the problem with the.
You've gone all robotic for a second. I don't know if your connection's going. But that.
I think it's Discord in general.
Oh, really?
Because he was. Did I sound fine?
You cut out a little bit, but now you sound okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, sorry. I think something went wrong with Discord there.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure what you said there.
I was saying that I think lizards are a good matchup for rats because they're carrying on strength 2. So this team is a hard team because of how many doubles and stat ups the skinks have got. But generally, I think as a rat player, I'd rather face lizards than a lot of other teams. You know, because you know you're going to get some hits on the ball, and you know that they're going to be 1 dice rather than red dice.
Mm-hmm.
And Rama says, there's a lot of good skinks. We're gonna get onto the bit about Gruff not wanting to talk to you in a second, Rama said. I was gonna highlight earlier that that one of Crystal Hunter's gutter runners is called Tom Bombadil turn 16 kill foul. But we'll get onto that later. But the lizards, their skinks are ridiculous. But I'd still, you've got some wrestle and you've got strip. So whoever they're going to carry on, you're going to get chances to knock down, right?
Yeah, basically.
But
generally, like I just generally feel that the whole thing with them playing with strength 4, a lot of strength 4, and me having to do the usual thing with trying to outzone the players with my Skaven, with my gutter runners. Isn't usually a thing I can do versus lizards because they have their skinks coming up and they can usually get to the gutter runners quite easily. So like I do feel like I'm at a disadvantage with the
fact that you mostly played rats and then humans. They're both 2 of the faster teams, so you're used to outspeeding people. And
I've tried playing orcs in CCL for a little bit, and basically I almost fell asleep in my chair. I'm sorry to tell this to anyone that plays Bash, but it's such a boring way to play. I'm so sorry, guys.
I don't have the attention span to position well. Would be the way I'd put it.
Well, it's not only that, but like I feel like everything plays like by itself. You're playing blocks that are quite obvious. You usually base a player and then you just do a 4 strength block or something. And it's not like they have you thinking of trying to get to a bow or trying to outzone someone in a certain way. For me, like it's not the creative way of playing. And for me,
you have so many options when your players can get to almost any point of the pitch.
Yeah, that's basically it.
You just have to decide which dodges to make and which push plays to do and stuff.
Exactly, and compared to a best team, usually with the dodges you can't really reposition as well anyway, so you can't really screen things off as well. So there's not a lot of leeway you have. You have to just get through through your opponent, and that's about it. And with Skaven, with elves and that kind of thing, it's something different, I guess. It's just
I think most people should play Skaven to learn push plays, because there's nothing you learn more quickly than having to the one turn attempts that you can make when you've got movement 9. I think you learn to look more for push plays than you do for Bash, who are never going to have the option of like pushing someone into someone to get that extra space to go a bit further. I think that's really important.
Yeah, I think you'll learn to play positionally really well if you play something like Skaven, also humans generally. Things that you don't directly have a strength
Advantage.
How do you say it? Advantage in. You just generally do well in position. You have to do well in positioning, else you're getting screwed. I don't know. Like it's maybe because I've been playing these kind of races for so long that I feel that way.
Mhm.
And maybe some other guests you'll get on the show will have a totally different experience and say like, okay, Skaven and elf teams are really boring to play. Maybe they'll say that. I don't know. But it's I guess it's personal experience, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
generally.
And it's one of the things. One of the reasons I think Blood Bowl is so much fun is that it's there are so many different ways to play. Whatever you like, you can kind of go for. So sometimes I'm in the mood for a straight up Bash War, and sometimes I'm in the mood for playing rats or humans or Kislev. Kislev are kind of almost ratty in the way they play as well, I think. But anyway, should we move on to the next game, which was the Fly Lord Servants, the Nurgle team against Smart Models, Aldar's team, who I know was in the chat a second ago.
Sure thing. I just wanted to point out that I don't know if you checked the level ups on the other teams generally.
I just had a look at yours, and you went for I kind of pointed at them while we were talking, but you went for a wrestle lineman, and also what was the other one?
Block on Bernie 3 hours before.
Yeah. So pretty standard. I don't think there were any level ups on the previous game. There wasn't on. Yeah, there weren't any level ups in the previous game, so we didn't mention that. And the lizards haven't actually taken their level up yet, so we don't know what they got. But the MVP landed on a Blocksaurus. Now he's already got 2 Mighty Blow and only 2 guard. Maybe he'll go more guard. Maybe he's one of those people who looks at his future games to decide who he's playing, and he's playing the crazy strength orc team, so he might go for guard. Hey, Aldar. Yeah.
Could do that. Yeah, definitely.
Ramesses instantly said, "Hey, Aldar, I hate your team. I need to say that."
Well, that's the interesting thing, because like I think Aldar's game is up next to discuss.
Yeah,
right?
That's what we're about to talk about. Yeah.
Yep.
It was. Oh,
sorry,
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No.
Oh, no, it was generally for me. It was an interesting game to look forward to, because I know Ant-Man from CCL pretty well.
Okay.
Aldar, I think I might have played them. I'm not sure, but I generally know that they're both decent coaches. So I know they can play some Blood Bowl. So I was looking forward to this one. The first half there was again a good defense from Ant-Man. The chores were pushing up, and then I saw something in turn 6 or turn 7. I saw Alder placing a hobgoblin next to the sideline and trying to semi-cover it in some way. And I don't think that the whole play there was generally solid, because Ant-Man could just run in and get a 1D on the ball carrier, giving a huge serve chance to him. Like he was giving a really huge serve chance, and Ant-Man took that serve chance, but he double skulled it.
Oh.
So Alder really got away there with scoring the touchdown, because like it could have ended up way worse there. So he got away with it a little bit. But yeah, that's Blood Bowl for you. That happens. And then Ant-Man scored on his half as well. I don't think the game was particularly hugely special, but it was a decent game to watch.
Cool. And no deaths at all by the looks of it. Is that right? Just badly hurt. Nothing bad. I haven't watched this, so I can't really say much about it. Although like a few CAS, but they were all badly hurt.
Alder points out he miscalculated and should have done one GFI more with the bull.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that was looking like that. Yeah, definitely.
It was looking like the Flylord servants were kind of well, looks like the smart models were trying to base them, and Flylord servants were like pushing them off and kind of zoning off because the block difference was by like 18 blocks. So the smart models didn't actually get to use Claw or Claw Mighty Blow that much.
Yeah, far fewer blocks. Is that also maybe what's the word? The number of what's the foul appearances? Oh no, didn't fail that many foul appearances, but
it's good point, Lord Woolmace, by the way, because I remember looking at the game and I was thinking, well, this is a bit of an Elfie standoff game, like where they're not really basing each other and they're not really touching each other and just playing with the blitz. So they were both really careful, really conservative with what they were doing. And usually that kind of conservatism leads out to a draw. So I'm not that surprised generally with how they played. That the result is a draw.
Yeah. Cool. I think that's there's not much else to say about that. The Flylord servants got a level and they took tackle on a wrestle rotter, which I think is pretty common to have a wrestle tackle rotter. This team needs some tackle, right?
Yeah, and a decent sacker if it comes to it. So,
and people often underestimate the agility 3 rotters because they look like zombies. I think there's definitely people don't think about how agile the rotters can be.
You need some utility like that, just generally. Like if the ball carrier gets into a certain position, it's good to have something with Rebbl to really dislodge it and just dislodge the ball and just get some extra time to get some hits in. So yeah, I'm a big fan of that kind of utility.
Yeah, agreed. Rotters, the elf of the zombie world, says Ramaset, which is a fairly good description, I'd say. Whoa! I didn't notice this score. Oh, these are the two dark elves, Dark Star second liners, continuing the draw theme of the week against Ginny's Sugar Daddies, 2-all. Dark Star. Oh no, yeah. They're both dark. The two dark elf teams. The ridiculous.
By the looks of it, looks kind of fun. It looks like a good game.
Yeah. I kind of forgot about the first half. I do know about the second half that it was like all fireworks because like 2 turns in a row there were 2 interceptions there. So there was a dark elf trying to pass to the other side of the field. Well, there was a 5 edgy dark elf from the other team standing in the pass line, so that was a 50% chance of an intercept.
Wow.
So that happened.
That's quite a big mistake, and that was the Dark Star second liners, Bobby Bingtang, who did that. Then, because I see the 5 agi. The 5 agi dark elf who got the interception was Enderthel. Because
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It was a huge mistake. Generally, I think if I remember correctly, he tried to score really quick because in any other way the ball carrier would have gotten sacked possibly. So he was taking a risk there. It was a huge risk, and he got punished for it basically. But I don't know if it was a huge mistake, but it was something he did.
He was forced into it by not having many other options. You mean?
Yeah, sorta.
Yeah.
I think I'm not entirely sure if I remember the game correctly, but he did that pass, and the lineman catched it, called it. And then what's his name? I lost the name.
Lady Killjoy.
Lady Killjoy. There we go. Lady Killjoy made the play with the 5 edgy linemen, and she threw it to one of her witch elves that were deep.
Yeah.
But there was a witch elf in between that was marked, so that was fully marked, and rolled a 6/6+ intercept. So they immediately got the ball back.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's how the thing went. It was a back and forth game, and I do feel like Bobby should have considered stalling turn 15. Like if he stalled turn 15, he could have gotten away with a 2-1 win, in my opinion. But yeah, it might have punished him in the end as well. So I can imagine him doing the safe play and just scoring. But that gave Lady Killjoy a lot of options to score in 2 turns as well. So yeah, in the end, it was an interesting game to think about. Like, okay, at what moment do you stall and what risks do you take?
Well, Lady Killjoy also got twice as many blocks with 42 compared to the 19 of the Dark Star.
Yeah, they were definitely dominating the blocking dice.
Yeah.
And look at the armor breaks too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I can imagine that Bobby felt like he really needed to just score when he was able to. He might have gotten a win out of it, but I think he'll be really happy with a draw generally.
That looks like it might be an entertaining game, but just because of the stats rather than. Oh, and also, well, Bobby did get 2 level ups on 2 pretty. So Lady Killjoy didn't get any level ups at all. On the Blodge Guard Stand Firm Blitzer, it's now a diving tackle Blodge Firm, which is that's a pretty nice thing to have on a Dark Elf team, isn't it?
It is pretty nice. Let me check the team really quick.
Mesbrior. It's it's pretty common to have sidestep diving tackle on Dark Elves. I don't know if maybe is the stand firm really worth that 10 TV more? I don't know.
I would have probably gone sidestep and then something else with the double.
Well, you've already got guard. So maybe the thinking is it's double. I want to keep my guard in place.
Yeah, could be a possibility, but you could have potentially also got a mighty blow with it, right?
Yeah.
So like, I would have probably gone a sidestep and then, or just get the double for mighty blow and then sidestep and then just wait 1 level later for the diving tackle. But this is also a really nice player generally. So I don't have too much problems with it.
You'd be really annoying and get the stand firm, and there's also a sidestep diving tackle further down. So, and the other level up was Earstriel, who got tackle, which
it's looking like a really nice dark elf team generally. So
considering he was talking about wanting to re-roll and only not re-rolling because of Gloriana. Gloria Lani or whatever her name is. It's starting to look like a challenging Dark Elf team again.
I'm playing these guys next, I believe.
Oh really?
Yeah. So like for me, this is gonna be an interesting game. I'm gonna have to rely a little bit on Claude to do his work.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see how
tackle,
it works out.
I assume you got claw tackle or no claw tackle.
Yeah, I got mighty blow, claw, mighty blow, PO, tackle.
Cool.
So that's one of the players, and the other player just has mighty blow, claw, but he's 2 SPP away from leveling up. So if I get the chance to hit this little rookie lineman over there with my mighty blow claw guy, I will definitely take that chance.
Or any of the number of loners that he's going to have. How many? So he'll have 2 loners. Yeah. Exactly.
So it will be an interesting game to play. I'm looking forward to that one.
Cool. And that's about it for that game. So, okay, now we're on to the The Gruff and Ramaset game.
Yeah. I'm still feeling bad for Gruff. Generally, like.
Okay, no spoilers. We're gonna save the end of the game discussion for the end of the game, if that's
Well,
all right. You know.
not even a spoiler here, but like I feel really bad for Graf because like the team difference. Like
Ah,
if
yeah.
you look at Graf's team,
Hmm.
you see a team that's really underdeveloped compared to his team, like Ramesses' team. Like Ramesses' team is huge.
Yeah, I mean,
Like it's a huge fucking team. And then yeah, sorry that I say the word
that's
fucking
fine.
here,
I don't care about swearing.
but
Say fuck.
okay,
Say fuck as much as you want.
okay. But it's a huge ass team, and
Mhm.
then you have to play against Graf, and Graf has a team that well is kind of even less developed than my team. I don't feel my team is particularly developed for this
Well,
division.
both of you have
Um,
had a similar thing, except it's just more common and accepted with rats that basically everyone dies and gets replaced. Whereas
yeah,
I think everyone in except for that agility ghoul has played maybe a handful of games. So I think the two mummies are both maybe less than so one's 7 matches and the other one is maybe a bit more than that. But
I do generally feel for him.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a horrible matchup. I wouldn't have liked to play that one. I'm just trying to feel from his position, and I feel for him
Mhm.
definitely.
Yeah, so you got a 19 match mummy and a 12 match white, but basically everyone else is new. Really, they all
Oh
got
man.
killed last season, and some will notice that the strength ghoul doesn't look very healthy at the moment either.
Oh man.
I actually don't think I think Gruff. So I spoke a little bit to Gruff on on Discord earlier, and I think he might be more unhappy because of how he played, because I do think he wasn't as aggressive as he could be, and especially at the Ramaset basically sat back with the ball on a thrower, and there was
Yeah.
no in his own half. Like Gruff didn't send anyone forward at all. Now the high elves can score whenever they want, but you want to make them score sooner rather than later, don't you?
Yeah, you do want to put some pressure on,
I mean,
because like generally the whole thought of it, like if you put some pressure on, he has to roll some dice, and dice could potentially fail,
hmm.
and then you can pick up the ball yourself and try to do something. Like you need to force something generally, and that's something I missed.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
but I don't think he played badly. I feel he played decently.
Well, Gruff messaged me and literally said he thinks he played badly. Where did he say? He said,
Yeah, but you gotta put it into context. Like if you look at the matchup, like what he was playing against, it's really hard to play really well.
yeah, you're right. But also, just having a player forward a bit further forward, I think would have helped. And actually, so on turn 7 or something, Ramaset ran his catcher forward with the ball and double won to GFI, and fell over with basically an a not that hard pickup for Gruff. It was behind two elves, one of whom could have been blitzed out of the way, but it was
Hmm.
still a good chance for Gruff to have got the ball in hand, which at least would have made it harder for Ramaset to score. But instead, Gruff just tried to hit another player who wasn't even in contact with the ball, and kind of semi-elf scream, but against Agi 5 all over the shop and the high elves, it wasn't really enough of a defense for my liking. He could have. I think he would have been better trying to be a bit more aggressive and pick up the ball as a way of making it harder for Ramset to score.
Yeah,
You know.
it's one of those games where you just go all out and think like, okay, I've got nothing to lose, just go for it
Mm.
and see what happens. You can't really be thinking like, okay, I'm just gonna be too careful about it and just not do anything with the ball. Like you have to actually get somewhere in this game or do something in this game, else you lose the game for sure.
Yeah.
Like the matchup was just too much of.
Yeah, and like it actually. So Ramaset has 0% occupation in the opponent's half because basically he stayed the ball stayed in his own half for the entire game, and then he ran forward on turn 7, fell over, wasn't holding the ball in the other end, picked it up and ran in. That's the extent of Ramaset's control of the ball. And then the second half, I don't think Gruff was aggressive enough, and he spent. I don't know. It's hard to push forward with Undead against this kind of elf team, but
I do remember he had some chances to score there, like at the end, but some things failed for him. But yeah, he maybe he could have gotten into a better position than what he was when he tried to score.
Yeah.
Or do the final score.
Yeah,
push.
no, I think he should have pushed forward. I think he should have pushed forward more aggressively many turns earlier, so that his turn 15 was a lot easier than it was. As it was, his turn 15 was he had the ball on the sideline with 2 players. He sideline cage turn 15, and then Ramaset came in, blitzed the front end of the sideline and kind of walled him in a bit, and it made it very difficult for Gruff. I think I've got the. Again, I've made another clip. So this is the second clip and only other clip, which includes, I think, the whole of Ramaset's. The whole of Gruff's turn 16 to try and get out of this situation where he's got 3 high elves all pushed up against his ball carrier, and he gets a bit unlucky with a 1 in 9 for his first block and then a GFI fail for a mummy. But like,
no,
I'm not sure that he went the best way around this. So then he tries to dodge out tackle as well, which I also don't think was a great choice. When I think blitzing forward would have given him a better chance to get out. I don't know what his blitz was going to be with the plus strength ghoul.
Well, if he blitzes it to the sideline, he basically has a free way to get through. Well, not a fully free way, but he can move in diagonally for the touchdown.
Yeah, but he has to make the same dodges he would have if he'd have blitzed forward. That's the thing. So if he'd have blitzed forward, wherever the high elf went, he still would have had to make a 4+, 3+ to get out, and he would have had to make those same 2 dodges. With the blitz, except he also made a 3+ for the plus strength to get out of tackle. So I don't think it was the right choice. And it ended up with a plus strength lying on the floor on turn 16. And this is kind of one of the things I really want to talk about, because obviously Ruff's not happy about this.
Oh man.
But yeah, there we have his plus strength ghoul, possibly one of the reasons his team is still alive, getting minus armor.
Ramaset, you're a bastard, you know that. Ramaset, are you here?
Yeah, I actually think it's fine. It's like there's a good chance of playing again. There's a good chance of this having a big being a big deal in relationship to the future.
It's not very nice. I've had it happen to me like last season. That's why the Tom Bobbadil turn 16 kill power player is there, because he actually killed one of my gutter runners with turn 16 power. It was a dead uppo. So yeah, it isn't very nice, but it's something that is an aspect of the game. You have to deal with it. One way or the other.
I mean, also I've got a point to make, which is if you see the first thing that Ramaset does before the foul is in fact surf the knockdown white. Yeah, and the white gets surfed on turn 16. Now, no one ever complains about turn 16 surfs, because they're just as as likely to kill. In fact, they're less likely to kill than foul, right? But you also don't get anything for them.
as
much as a foul, you don't get anything for.
Well, I've got two mindsets here, and I'll explain to both of them. Like I said, it's part of the game, and I think like yeah, it's something that happens, you know. You just gotta accept it how hard as it is. But my other line of thought is like, I do wonder if this was a smart thing to do for Ramaset, because like he did beat his team, so he beats his team. Gruff isn't really. When you look at this team, he's not really a huge favorite for the top spot, you know. Like the chances are pretty slim that he's gonna move into the top spot for the playoffs.
Yeah.
So the best thing you can do is keep his team healthy to make sure that he steals some points from your opposition, your direct opposition in the division.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
So so that he shouldn't have made the surf either then, because that's just not just much chance of.
Well, that was my question. Like, is this tactically smart from Ramaset? And I have to say no.
Mm-hmm. Because
how do you feel about this, Cornet? Like, if I
so
ask it like this.
So yeah, the whole reason people call it the respect foul is you usually do it to someone who you think is better than you, who you're worried about their team, you know, beating you in the future, or you want to lower them down so that their other games will be harder. But yeah, you're right. In this case, he's made it easier for the rest of us this season to win against Gruff, because Gruff has even less attack options. Is it really? I mean, but this is one of those things where it's so hard to see into the future as to what effect this will have.
Yeah, of course.
You know,
of course. Like it's only game 2 of the whole season, so.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe Gruff will get an epic comeback and he'll get into the top of the division. You don't know that kind of thing, but looking at his team generally, I would say like, well, I would have been more conservative about it, just because like I'm still facing Gruff, others are still facing Gruff.
Yeah.
And they're thinking like, well, thank you, Ramaset, for doing this. You're a horrible bastard, Ramaset, but thank you for doing this. And that's yeah.
Ramaset says in the chat, it was a mistake to foul. Yes, tactically he thinks it's wrong. Now the word "tactically" there suggests that he still thinks turn 16 fouling is amusing and worth doing, which is basically, you know, that's almost where I come from as a starting point. Is, you know,
that's what it is like.
Spiritually, it's the right choice.
Yeah.
I mean, I've lost tons of players by turn 16 fouls in CCL. One of them being an G6 gutter runner, just a random turn 16 foul by Pupok, I believe. I still remember the name. That's a horrible thing. You do remember the name of those coaches that do those horrible things to you. But it's an aspect that happens, and I know Gruff is salty about it. He has every right to be, but this just means that the next time they face each other, Gruff knows what to do.
Yeah, you actually.
The gloves come off.
Yeah. Well, but you know, you are right. We should be making the right tactical decision, but that often isn't. You know, it's hard to always be 100% tactical, and sometimes, you know, your instant choice is to do what you're used to, which may be turn 16 foul when you don't. Yeah, it's not exactly the right thing. I like to. And
maybe.
Sorry, go on.
Maybe Gruff is playing Ramaset someday in another league in OCC, or maybe sometime again here, you know, and then you just remember this game and then just completely fuck him over, you know. You take every chance to foul every player of him. That's any good. That's the thing you do, you know. You take him, you get him back for it. You get even. That's what I would do, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
eye for an eye.
Well, I mean, it could also be, we don't know. Maybe Ramaset's getting Gruff back for a turn 16 foul Gruff did in another league as well, because we're that. I know I'm in 3 or 4 leagues with Ramaset and Gruff both in at the same time, so
there you go.
They've probably faced each other before. I do agree with the spiritual thing. Also, one thing you mentioned before we started, because I brought this up to both of you before we started, was that you think there's quite a lot of very good teams in Rebbl, and maybe there needs to be more turn 16 fouling to like lower the number of Agi 5 and 6 and strength 7 ridiculousness.
Yeah. Well, what I said before before we started the whole stream here, I said like generally I feel like Rebbl is a bit of a ridiculous place because of the huge teams we have. Like if you look at some of the teams there, they are beyond ridiculous, and one of the factors that made the teams beyond ridiculous is the transfer market. Like if one of your players dies, no problem, you could get it in the transfer market. That thing is ending right now as of this season, I believe.
I see.
Or-
I actually I don't think the transfer market is the problem. I mean, it's I like the fact that ridiculous players hang around. I like the fact that there are these strength 5
Mhm.
blitzers, and Gloriana is, the Dark Elf is an Imperium legend and stuff. And I like the fact these players get to carry on playing when maybe a team's been dumped. There has been some nefarious activity on the transfer market, but I do think it's generally a good thing. I like it. For me, the problem is the fact that is the E in Rebbl. It's the eternal. There's no retirement, so
No, that's exactly without the whole retirement, and that's the point where I was going
okay,
to.
sorry.
Like without the retirement and without and with keeping the transfer market intact for so long,
Mhm.
if you're a new player in Rebbl and you're moving into Rebbl or you restart your team in Rebbl, it's really difficult to move up the divisions.
But surely it's going to be even harder when it's going to be even harder when the new teams don't have access to a market that the old teams had. So there are these
No,
old teams that have now built their ridiculous collection of
yeah, of
stat
course.
freaks, and new teams are not going to be allowed to have the same advantage. Anyway,
But those players that are bought aren't gonna they aren't gonna live forever, even if the whole thing is eternal, because you'll see a lot of players get injured. You see a lot of deaths happening, and I do feel like gradually you'll see a bit of a progression in there where the teams aren't that ridiculous anymore. It's gonna take a while. It's gonna take
and
a long
also
time.
wait. So I've been showing Ed the Ducks Orc team because they are the most stat freak team in our division. But I should point out that none of them have been bought on the market. They were all his own players.
Oh, there you go.
So
that's an amazing feature.
yeah, sometimes you do just roll 4 plus strengths, and I do know that there's another coach who had a Wood Elf team in UK BBL who had like 6 plus agi ups.
But like it's okay if that happens to like 1 or 2 coaches or 3 coaches. It happens, that happens. The chance is there. But if you give them a massive access to it, and some people choose not to opt in to the whole transfer market system for some reason, or they qualify a lot for the playoffs or that kind of thing, it's getting really hard to close that gap in any way. I think coaches that generally land into the 3rd division and with a fairly new team, like if they already played 1 season and they land into the 3rd division, already have a massive challenge to get through, like compared to the other teams they have to face there. So I do feel we went a little bit too far with it, and for me personally, I'm kind of glad that the whole transfer market is stopping.
I mean,
but that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, I've already mentioned that basically, part of the reason I'm not going to give up on this team is because I want to sell a legend player. So I don't. They're going to close down the bit of the transfer market where, they haven't even said what they're doing yet, right? But they're probably only
No, they haven't.
They're probably only closing down the bit where they have a store of players that the admins keep. I think there's still going to be player-to-player transfers, and at least I hope so. And I think the noises they've made suggest that they're going to leave that in, which means I can still sell Kermit if he doesn't die by the end of the season.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough.
But I like the transfer market. Sorry. Sorry about that. I like the transfer market. I think it's one of the things that makes a league a bit more like a real sport league, as opposed to just a kind of semi-sport game in a fan. I like the fact that there is this mechanic that's like that. It's hard to do well though, and
Yeah.
that was interesting.
Well, it's okay in whatever way you think of it, But I'm just saying, like, it just fluctuates the teams a lot, and that's, I don't know. It's just, for me, it's a different opinion, but we can agree to disagree on it, I guess.
Sandland, by the way, says he'll die when I pointed out Kermit. And Sandland and I are going to play our game straight after this. So,
I've actually got high hopes for Sandland. We still need to
we'll get to his
talk
game
about
in a second.
his game, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking.
I do know, like, that Sandland. Somebody told me, some hidden source told me that the Sandland last season only played 11 games instead of 13. Because, like, the first 2 games he was on vacation, so he lost those 2 games.
Ah, okay.
And then he won every game that he played, or didn't lose any game that he
Wow.
played. So, like, he went with a win or a draw, and then he just still ended up into the playoffs, I believe.
Wow, I was unaware of that.
So, like, that's an amazing feature by itself. And I was playing him, like.
Wait. So I've got one more thing. Can you hold that story? Can you remember the story? So I've got one more thing to say, which is that Gruff did say that in his turn 16, he spent too long thinking, and the time clock started ticking, and that's why he panicked and did the dodge out of tackle, which, kind of, for me, makes it a bit more understandable that he ended up, doing his turn 16 the way that he did. But anyway, so before you start talking about Sandland, let's move on to the Imperishable Four against the Knights Husseini, which is the actual game. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. For me, like, both coaches, I like from Sandland, and I heard a lot, and Fernlo, I know pretty well, because, like, I recapped Fernlo's team in one of the divisions. I'm not sure which division it was. But I knew he was building a pretty huge Camry team. So this was for me generally an interesting matchup.
Yeah.
I did expect another result, though. I was thinking, like, Sandland does have the tools, like Bretonians are really nice tools with Dauntless to overthrow the mummies, and I did expect him to win the game. I mean, and it was looking really.
A lot can be made of that Dauntless, but it's an extra dice roll to fail, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
it is.
At the same time, and that's how most coaches look like. Like, okay, these kind of skills is an extra dice roll to fill, but Dauntless also offers a huge potential to bring a lot of impact on the field. Even though it is an extra way to fill, it does bring a lot of impact. Like, you open up certain zones that you normally don't open up.
Yeah, that's true.
And you kind of have to think about that aspect when you look at those teams. And I felt like he had a really good chance versus the Camry there.
Yeah.
It went really well in the first half. Like, the first half, he pressured the Camry so hard that the Camry couldn't move up to score. So that was really good. And then the second half, I think he got so much.
So Sandland actually says he got perfect defense on his drive to screw the Bretts over.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
So basically, it was defending against Camry, as long as you don't get pitch cleared by all the strength and mighty blow, is you can base them, you can slow them down. You can make it very hard for them to score. And Bretts are pretty good at that as well with defend too. They can be pretty irritating.
Definitely, and with the sidestep and with the stand firm that they usually have, that they usually bring a lot to the table there. With the perfect defense, screwing Sandland over, I remember that, because, like, the Camry could just make a big line on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
And it was really hard for the Bretonians to get through.
Yeah.
Then Sandland got one of his killer served as well, and then things went downhill pretty fast from there. If I remember, there was a lot of attrition going on. Sandland was trying to push a player through for a potato, but I don't know. I'm not sure if he realized that the mummy could get 6 dice on him. But that happened, and of course one of those dice was a POW, and he got him down. So yeah,
the break tackle mummy, was that so? He had to break tackle out type thing.
I'm not sure if it was with break tackle. I think he was. I think he was unmarked, but like,
okay.
it was a pretty easy. It was a pretty easy 3 dice. He had to free up some of his other skeletons to make it a 3 die. And then it was a 3 die against a player with blotch, and yeah, he got the power out of it, and things went downhill from there really quick. And the Camry managed to score in the same half as well. So yeah, it was, for me it was an interesting game. The first half went as expected, and the second half Turnlow did really well to screw over the Plutonians basically.
Oh, it was the third mummy. Sandland couldn't get a mark on it. Yeah.
Yeah. And what I wanted to say about like Sandland is quite a dominating good player, because like I've seen it in the first game. I really had trouble against him to put the game under my control at least. He knows what he's doing, and it's a bit of a surprise for me that he lost the first 2 games, but I wouldn't say he's fully out of the
running.
Chances for getting fully out of the running yet. So I do expect a lot from him still with the rest of the season.
Yeah, and those 2 plus strength blitzers are pretty nice. And I've got
That's fun.
I've got to say thank you to Fernlau for MNGing his killer before my game.
Yeah, that was the serve then. That was the serve MNG, I think. So yeah, Fernlau did really well, and I think he when I was recapping his games 1 season ago, I think he did he made some really nice results as well. So definitely watch out for him as well, because he could do some upsets. Even if he's playing Camry, he could do some upsets.
Yeah, and also I guess the whole rest of the division need to thank Sandland for killing one of the Imperial Four's dirty players as well. So there was a kill when it was the dirty player skeleton.
Yeah, that's gonna help with us a little bit.
Sandland also says, first game I should have just carried with the sure hands and I'd have gone 2-1 or ended 2-2 versus you. So I assume some ratty strip balling got you the...
Yeah, the thing with the first game was Sandland was fully in control after the first half. Like it was 1-1 at that moment. Like he managed to score on my half, so I wasn't that happy. And then it was his drive second half, and he said, well, I really want to level up this player, so I'm gonna be greedy with it, and I'm gonna pick up the ball with it, and I'm gonna use him as the ball carrier so I can score with it. For me, that left some options open to just strip ball it a few times. That happened a few times. I couldn't really do a recovery on it, but he won in 9 to pick up at some point, and that's where I stole the victory basically. The whole irony of that whole story is, like, if he didn't do anything to level up the player, that player would have leveled up anyway because he got the MVP. So like that's the whole irony of that whole thing.
Yeah.
So I felt really happy I won the game, but when I saw that MVP screen, I really had to laugh about it. Like I was like, oh dear, he did so much trouble, because I knew what he was doing during the game. You know, I knew exactly what he was doing. And I was like, oh dear, he went to all this trouble to just level up the player, and then it just MVP'd himself.
And then Nuffle comes in and goes, ha ha ha.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So that was amazing.
Thanks for the host, Dr. Hep, and also Sandland says I was a bit upset by that, which
Yeah,
you can understand.
I can totally imagine it. But do expect a lot of from Sandland in the next few games. I don't think he'll get these you keep getting these results. I do think you get some results of us generally.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to you guys getting in trouble against him, because I already played him, of course.
Yes, well, I clearly I haven't spent the whole time we've been talking looking at my team and his team on stream and thinking about how I'm going to win. Oh no, or how I'm not going to win. We basically talked about those two enough. So I guess we're going on to the last game.
Game of the week.
The game, not the game of the week. It was awful. Luckily, I'm in control of what clips we play, so there will be no clips of this game.
I do remember you induced a lot of linemen.
Yeah, I think I got two. I think, is that right?
I saw 3 loners.
Yeah. No, I've got two loners because I only had 9 players.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it wasn't just induced. Did I induce one then? There were 5 linemen, and 2 of them were.
Because I saw 3 reserves in total, so I can't imagine that that you were playing.
One of them must have been surfed or something then, because there were. Wait a second. So you watched all of it?
I watched a part of it, a decent part, but I locked out of it as soon as I saw the horrible attrition happening to your team, and I was thinking like, okay, he's not gonna win this.
Yeah, basically, it was a pretty standard claw meets AV8 with an inability to run away type game. So I thought so. I induced 3 mercenaries. So the difference was, 210. No, 200 and so 18. So I must have spent 1800 on the mercenaries. So yeah, you're right. I did have a bench of 3, 5 loners altogether, because there were also 2, missing players, 2 players short, and he still practically pitch cleared me twice, right? Something like that. Yeah. Anyway, it was.
It's something that can happen. Like you see it happen. Like I know this experience with playing Skaven, and I usually play something like against Chaos or against Dwarves, and then I see the injury stack up or the Chaos stack up, and then I question myself. Well, what can I do about this? Just let it happen and just try to play what you can play, and that's about it.
Yeah, 9 casualties, 9 removals, so 5 KOs and 4 injuries. Failed 1 turn, and also the MVP went to one of the loners. In fact, he went to one of the mercenaries, so I couldn't even buy him at the end of the game, even if
oh man.
Yeah, so it was a 0 SPP game for me, but no one died. So I'm actually counting that. I've mentioned before, this is a rebuilding season. I'm not expecting to get anywhere. My team's been decimated. No one dying is basically the bottom line win condition for me. So I'm all right with this. That's fine. Lots of badly hurts and removals is okay. And I'm sure that that the Chaos are pretty happy with it from their perspective as well. Stanlan actually says we've played 2 times before when talking about the fact we were about to play now, and he's won both of them. So he's 2-0 against
He's looking
me.
for 3, and he's telling you he's looking for 3-0. That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah, he might also be suggesting that the past has an influence on the future, which I think it's a gambler's fallacy if ever I've heard it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I don't really have much else to say about that that game. I mean, I don't know if there was things I could have done better, but it didn't feel like there were many options. Let's say, I don't think I went crazy in and made a lot of contact or anything. I think I made one real go on the one real attempt on the ball, and I didn't base up a lot as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I think anyone would have lost that game, basically. Like, with so much attrition going on, you can only hope for that one moment of a miracle, that happens.
Yeah.
And you can run off with the ball with it and then just hope for a draw in the end if everything works out. But this was just a nightmare, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Generally. So
yeah. Yorick did get 2 levels. He's taken one of them on the block warrior, so he's now got guard. He's not taken the Mighty Blow Claw block level yet. Now, whenever I see someone take one but not the other, that always makes me wonder, did he roll something interesting?
It's probably some situation where he thinks like, okay, let me sleep a night over it, what I'm gonna get. So I'm assuming he rolled a double.
Or plus strength. Those are the 2 options, right?
He's plus strength, you flash take. Like if you roll a plus strength, you take it immediately, no question about it. So he's thinking about it. He's thinking about something.
I mean,
maybe he rolled a 10. That could also be a possibility. Like he rolled a 10 and he's thinking like, should I get plus armor? But I don't think that's the case. I think he rolled a double and he's thinking like, well, maybe I should get dodge or something.
I mean, there is also the possibility he rolled plus strength and he's not taking it until a second before he starts, so his opponent doesn't know what's about to happen.
Should we give him any advice on what to take? Because that normally I would do that in a recap, but that's something.
Well, so
we're still playing against him.
So you know what? So, well, I mean, basically, it's a double. Do you go for dodge and be a roadblocky Chaos Warrior, or do you go for the greed of jump up and then get piling on next and be a movement 5 killer?
Yeah.
I don't think we're giving away any secrets. I don't think Yorick's that bad a player that we.
I think you're right on the money. I think you're thinking better than he's thinking better. He's rolled a double and he's thinking like, should I pick something like dodge or jump up or a general skill just because he has 2 HE?
I mean, what would you take for jump up for a normal skill? Because he's already he's got claw,
tackle,
more tackle, more guard, piling on directly.
I'd see. He's already got 3 tackle, and he's got I this is where I think it depends on what kind of chaos you're trying to build. If you're trying to build a 4 pillars Chaos Warriors, they're going to get stand firm at some point. They're all going to have guard, and I'd get guard. But almost every other kind of way you think about going with him, dodge or jump up become the option. So like, if you're thinking about tackle, you're thinking about tackle because what you want to. Actually, well, there's the third option as well of diving tackle, isn't there, for a double? If you want, he could get stand firm and diving tackle be really irritating.
It's a bit niche, but you could get it. Yeah, definitely.
I quite like the strength for diving tackle though. Just saying.
There's like if you roll the double, there's like 6 or 7 different options. So you can get like single and double combined, skills. So
yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised that he's thinking about it generally. So we'll just have to wait and see. And I don't know who he's playing next.
Yeah.
But he'll be the first one
to find out.
To see the new skill. Yeah.
Well, so I guess we go on to. Wait, do we finish? Are we have with? Yeah, there's nothing else to say about that game, is there? So we can have a look and see who he's playing. Oh, yeah, I remember noticing this earlier. He's playing Gruff and his slightly destroyed.
Oh, Gruff, man.
Yeah. So
I'm feeling so bad for him right now. Like,
oh man.
I mean, so if it is a double, you could get leader because you're about to get a chef because that's how much the TV difference is between the 2 of them.
Are you trying to push him into bad skills right now?
I wasn't thinking about it until you mentioned it, but now you mentioned that we're giving advice to people in our own division.
Yeah.
And Gruff might be listening back, but I think he's behind. So, oh, okay, yeah. He's messaging me while we're streaming, and I'm not going to read out what he said about Ramaset. Oh, you could have
Because
Lord Wu.
is it PG though what he said about Ramaset?
No,
Or is it not PG?
it's a worse word than when you said fuck.
Then I think I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your suggestion, Wu?
Oh yeah, he should get lead. It'd be fun.
Yeah. Maybe not with Agi too. But anyway,
well, you never know.
Should we let's go back to doing things in order and start at the top. And we have Orctually Ridiculous. I find that's so hard to say. Versus the Lizards, because I'm not even going to try and say that one.
Centimentitos. Yeah.
Yeah. See.
There you go. No problem. Yeah, you want us to predict who wins, of course.
The two teams with the most strength in the division. The Lizards, who naturally have 6 strength 4 and a strength 5, and the Orcs, who unnaturally have 6 strength 4 and a strength 5.
And they've both played 2 draws. Like they both are at the same spot in the leaderboard.
Mm-hmm. So
I'm
go on then.
I'm going for the Orcs. I'm just going for the Orcs because like I feel like when I look at that team, that's just a monster of a team, and I think Lizards are there to be able to control a little bit and hopefully smash a little bit. But smashing is going to be a bit hard with AV9. Being their opponent. So I do think the Orcs will have more control in this game than the Lizardmen.
Yeah. I mean, the Lizards do have that stunty movement advantage.
Of course.
Especially, and that's what I'm going for.
You're going for the Lizards?
I think Lizards. Yeah, I'm with Lizards.
Just because of the dodging?
Yes. I think those skinks are going to be more of a problem than anything, especially if he can't get his Orcs off the sources.
Yeah, I can see where you're going, but the whole thing for me, like, I think Orcs can have a really easy time just basing the Lizardmen generally. Mm-hmm. Like, Lizardmen hate basing because they want to move their movement, they want their 6 movement to be around to defend the skinks. And if the Orcs do the basing really well, which is their favorite thing, they're gonna win the game because the skinks are gonna be isolated a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Orcs too, because you know the main advantage that Lizards have is that strength, and they're not just the Orcs don't just have the strength 3 as a backup to the same amount of strength 4 and 5, but they also have more guard, and they have more tackle and a mobile tackle with the movement 7 blitzer. And no bonehead, and it just carries on the ways in which the Orc team, I think, are just generally better. The Lizards have a few more players. Oh, by the way, hey Graf, he's come back from wherever he went.
Hello, Graf.
Might have coincidentally just been unable to pay attention for the bit where we were talking about his game, but you know. But anyway. I'm going to go for the Orcs as well, I think. I actually think it depends on how good the coaches are. So I don't really know how good the 2 coaches are. I think, obviously, if one of them is noticeably better than the other, I think the better coach wins, essentially. I think although the Orcs are a kind of generally better team, the Lizards have weapons that a good coach can use to win against a slightly worse coach. But if the Orcs are coached by as good a coach, and you know, obviously if Nuffle's even, then I think the strength and the guard should come into play, and the tackle. So I'm going to go for the Orcs. It could also be a draw.
Yeah, it can go either way. You don't know with Nuffle, of course, but yeah, we just try our best in guessing. Like I actually had a guy from the division from last week, the games that were played from last week from Division 5 B, And what we usually do when we're absolutely sure of one guy winning, Bernie gives his triple B banker, so he's giving one guy like the absolute favorite chance, and I have my own thing as well. And we gave that to one guy because he was playing a developed team versus a really underdeveloped team, and one that was being wrecked a little bit. And he was playing well. He was doing well, good results. So we gave it to him, and then he lost the game. So,
that's exactly what happens every time you do a tip, isn't it? You know, this team is definitely winning. That's how they lose. But
yeah, it's for some magical reason it happens like that.
Maybe in future you should call it the Gruff Yorick, dialed in award. For the most likely for the beaten up team against the ridiculous claw team. But actually, so our actual next thing is Trust in Gob against the Flylord Servants. So Ant-Man against Key and Dare.
And I have some personal. I kind of really need the Goblins to win this game because I have some shares in the Goblins.
Oh, so Rebbl stock market coming into play.
Yeah. I know Key and Dare. Key and Dare is a really good coach. He plays in CCL as well. He's qualified with Goblins a few times, I believe, as well in CCL playoffs. He knows what he's doing with Goblins, and I saw his share, and where everyone is costing like 600, 700 in this division, 600 probably. He's costing 300. So I was like, well, if I just buy his shares, and he wins even one game, this share's gonna go up massively, So I do hope he wins this game. It's gonna be really tough against Nurgle.
Like the highest TV in the division, well, equal highest with one other team.
Yeah, but for Goblins that doesn't say a lot, does it?
No,
like,
it does say they're going to get more inducements. They're going to be able to afford the second ball and chain and Ripper, as well as 3 bribes and probably a wizard as well.
Yeah, or he might do something again like Mork. You don't know. Like he could get anything you want.
And the Nurgle only have 1 tackle as well.
Well, there you go. So like he has some chances there. So I am rooting for the Goblins, and I kind of expect him to win somewhere. So I do think he's gonna win this one then.
Cool.
Yeah, Goblins.
Wow, both of you.
I like Goblins.
And nobody likes Nurgle. Like Nurgle can fuck off.
Oh, and God.
No, Edmund is also a really good coach, but I think like somewhere there's going to be a surprise. There's going to be an upset, and Kian there is one of the best coaches that can make an upset.
Sandland mentions also that they're at home, so they get their Nuffle Altar with basically, if they're getting 2 stars, they'll be saving themselves 100 TV of inducements from.
I'm telling you, I'm just predicting he's gonna get Mork, and he's gonna get some other huge strength guy. Like I don't think he needs the ball and chain. Like the ball and chain is.
Oh, what Ripper and Morg would be. No, I'm not sure he can actually afford. Yeah, he could afford that, but he wouldn't be able to have much in the way of bribes afterwards.
Yeah, but bribes are only 50k. So like, how many bribes can he get? Maybe 1, 2. 2 is enough. Like if he gets two bribes, could potentially keep his players on the field.
So he's 770 difference. Morg's normally 430. Ripper's 310. 740 and then 100 back. So yeah, he could basically afford 2 bribes, Morg and Ripper.
Yeah. So there you go. So he's gonna have something huge on the field. Definitely.
That would I've played a fair bit of Goblins, and I've almost never had the opportunity to do that. Or I've thought that a wizard would be more useful or whatever. And the Goblin teams, it's quite packed out. Although actually, so he can't do that. He's got 15 players. He'd need to fire a player to fit in Ripper and Morg.
Yeah, but he'll happily fire one rookie goblin or something for it. Like I've played them before. Also in CCO, I almost qualified with goblins as well. And I usually build them in a way where I have my starting build is a chainsaw and the 2 trolls, and then everything else is filled with goblins.
Yeah.
And then I quickly pick up the Novo Altar as a starting build, immediately. That's how powerful the Novo Altar can be for those kind of teams.
Yeah.
So I think that will
Well-
have a huge
well,
impact on this game.
Basically, normally star players are a terrible investment for most teams, but when the star player is so much better than your own players, even the positionals, the star players are better than.
There's another good example next to Halfling and Goblins, like Underworlds.
Yeah.
Underworld really can benefit from Novo Altar because they mostly have a lot of 2-strength players on the field, and anything they replace with one of those 2-strength goblins with a 3-strength or with something that has movement 9 and has step or something
Skitter and
is a huge
Glark,
upset.
basically.
Yeah, and they also get the bomber for 10k. So you can, even if you are higher TV with Underworld, you can just induce the bomber for 10k, and you're gonna have a good time anyway, usually.
Yeah.
So yeah, Novo Altar is a huge thing for those 3 teams particularly. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this game and watching what he picks up.
Okay, I think you're both crazy. It's definitely going to be the Nurgle that wins.
Just watch.
But it
Watch.
will be entertaining, and basically, goblins need the dice to win. Maybe they'll draw if Kiendair is really good. Basically, that's the way I'd see it.
It depends if he receives as well. If the goblins receive, I feel they actually have a good chance, because the damage they can give as an output, it could be quite concerning for the Nurgle.
Yeah.
Generally.
Especially if they get rid of a few of the rotters, and
Yeah, who knows? Like, or maybe some key positionals if the Nurgle have some reserves. I think they do have some reserves.
Oh, they do,
like,
right? Yeah, they're quite a lot.
They got a lot.
4.
So if they can get a Nurgle warrior down, and if they can manage to dirty player it, would definitely be a factor. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Next game is your game, the Rat Rebbl against Dark Star second liners.
Yeah. I'm playing as Bobby. We just looked at his team, which looks pretty amazing, pretty good.
Yeah.
For me, like, I did have a scenario in mind, like, okay, I gotta win this one and draw this one, and then so on. And for me, this game has to be a win in my viewpoint.
In your plans,
In my plans, yeah. So I'm looking for a win here. Like, if I win this one, and if I win versus the other Dark Elf team, it's gonna be way easier to score draws against, or at least not having to win against the Chaos team and then against the other huge teams that are about. So I am focusing for a win here. Definitely.
And you're going to get inducements. So I assume you're going to get a wizard. So
yeah. That's something I don't have to hide anyway from Bobby, because like that's something that's like 100% sure he knows that as well.
In fact, you're getting quite a lot of inducements. His team is now gone up to, if you include the loners, 2,030.
Which gives me a wizard, and what am I at? 16, 17. A wizard and possibly guard, or maybe something like Skitter, or something like I could even go fast and a bribe. Like there are some options there. I still have to think about those options.
Yeah.
But there are numerous ways where I can think like, okay, this is gonna work out for versus him in this way, and we'll have to see. I could even get a red ogre, like just a general red ogre. I could do that.
Which against Dark Elves is not a bad shout, I don't think.
No.
The tail and the strength.
Yeah, so like I have some options there, and he has to think about. He has to see what I'm gonna get, and then he has to think about how he's gonna avoid that,
Yeah. Personally, you had a level up, didn't you, on one of your linemen? So I would have taken Dirty Player and gone for a bribe. as
Yeah, I was
considering
kind of brain dead when I took that level up. I was thinking like, well, I usually tend to get wrestle because I have high value for my line rats, but I didn't for some reason. And the next reason is, or the next thing I can do now is just level up McNaughty and give him dirty player, which would be awesome because of the name McNaughty. So that's something I'm definitely gonna do when he's leveling up. But yeah, I could have. You're absolutely right. I could have gotten a dirty player there. But on the long term, this might not be a bad thing versus the killer teams because this is gonna prevent some both downs on dice rolls.
Yeah, and hopefully keep a player on the pitch rather than in the Cas box.
Yeah, that's always a hell for Skaven. Like for some reason they keep getting knocked out on turn 1, turn 2. It might have something to do with armor 7.
Yeah.
Just giving that heads up. Might have something to
I mean,
do with that.
there's armor 7, there's armor 7.
It's yeah. It's horrible.
I'd say that Kislev have worse armor than Norse and Amazons, for example.
Yeah, I don't know why that is, but it just seems like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It seems like it. Like that's the only thing I really hate about Skaven generally. Like compared to the other armor 7 teams, compared to elves. Like elves still have dodge access, and Amazons have dodge by themselves, of course. You don't really have that access with Lyman on Skaven, so you're really just hoping and praying that the first turn nothing too insane happens. Like I've had first turns where everything stays on the field and everything is perfect and everything's fine, and I've had first turns where the whole line of scrimmage is gone, and the 4th players that gets blitz is also gone. And then what do? You're suddenly 7 players versus 11. So yeah, it's really hard.
And then on the other hand, you have Gutters, who are probably the best player in the whole game. So
Definitely. There are definitely the upsides to playing Skaven, but the first few turns are just hell sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's something you have to live with if you play this race.
And thanks to the follow, Cthulhu Collector. Anyway, so the next game is Uldar's Smart Models against the Ramaset's Fouling Turn 16 team.
I wanna give a shout out to Cthulhu Collector here because Cthulhu Collector I recapped last season as well.
Ah, cool.
It's Crystal Hunter here, Cthulhu. So then you know.
It is in the in the title.
Oh yeah,
so maybe
yeah, of course.
He might have even only tuned in here because he saw your name. You never know.
Well, no, maybe.
Yeah. And also, big shout out to Cthulhu, wherever he is.
Did you guys do a prediction on my game, by the way, or?
Oh, we haven't yet. No, you're right.
We're supposed to pick you, right?
Oh
yeah,
no! We're supposed to do the opposite. We're supposed to pick against you because that way you have an even and balanced opinion.
Oh, there you go.
I mean,
well, sorry, Bobby. Bobby, sorry, I tried to throw the curse on me, but you're getting the curse, there, Bobby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I think we spent a long time talking about your inducement choices, and I think that has a big effect on how this game goes. And I think the fact you chose Wrestle, like I think you had a better chance of winning this game if you went for a dirty player and got a bribe and tried to remove his players. But you're right. Long term for against the whole division, Wrestle's a much better idea.
Yeah, like I said, I do semi-admit that I no-brained that skill up. So I was like, first thing, okay, Wrestle, like it happens.
I do the opposite. I no-brain into picking dirty player all the time. He does have a really nice team. I could see this game being a ridiculous scoreline where whoever goes first wants to score quickly, so they're not holding the ball for it to be stripped or tackled free. And the ball's repeatedly got into an end zone just because it's safer for both of you to be defending.
It also depends on what kind of game we're getting. If one of us feels like we're having some way of or some control, or we're getting a lot of attrition in, then it might become a score fest or we might choose to defend really well and just keep the stall on the game, you know. So it just depends on how we want to approach it and how the attrition is falling.
Although I didn't realize he had sure hands until just now, so he might actually be more interested in trying to play for the grind, you know, with a blodge sure hands player, making it very difficult, and a fair amount of guard around as well, and a lot of blodge, and just try and, you know, grind you down. I mean, it's going to be close. I think your idea that you want this to be a win of all the games where it suggests you think it's going to be kind of easier to get this win than to get against one of the killy, you know, chaosy teams.
Yeah. Yeah, not because of the coach, because like I don't know the coach that well yet, but generally I do feel like I'm gonna have a tougher time versus chaos or versus dwarves.
Gruff says.
So I do wanna.
Gruff says kill all elves, which you know. But
I'll do my best, Gruff.
Yeah.
I'll send a little nice notion to Ramaset when I face him, Gruff. Don't worry.
We'll see how.
That's gonna be a match day 10, so that's gonna take a while, but.
We'll see how.
I'll pick you, Crystal Hunter.
Yeah.
I'll pick you.
Okay. In the interest of balance, I'm going to pick the Dark Elves. In that case.
Oh, good. I'll still love you, Core Knight. That's all okay.
And I was waiting to see what you know, at what point in the season Gruff will hate rats more than he hates elves, because you know, after he's played you, I'm sure he's going to feel similarly. So day 11 is when you know, is when his anger will be at rats instead of elves. Oh.
Well, I'll make sure not to turn 16. His foul is his goal at that point.
Turn 2. Always foul turn 2.
Well, actually, I have to put a bit of a notion on that, because like I make sure that I'll not foul the turn 16 or not turn 16 foul the goal if I'm winning. So if I'm losing, then maybe. Maybe. No, I mean, I don't know. Like
basically, turn 16 fouls, you've got to have no opportunity to score as well, right? So, you know, Well, so Gruff says he's abandoned all hope. So now, you know, he'll not care by match day 11. But actually, by match day 11, that undead team might have rebuilt itself back into a killing machine.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to say. Like, look, this is coming from a Skaven coach. This is coming from as you endure 4 days a game. Sometimes, you like if you have those kind of games and it falls apart. That can happen, of course. But there will be some chances to rebuild again, and just relax, just get through the games, and you'll see that the team will be better off again at day 6 or 7, and you'll be fine again. No worries.
So, but his kill all elves comment was actually at the next game we're going to talk about, which we kind of went back to away from, which is the Ramaset Uldar game. So those remaining high elves. Actually, there are 12 of them. I thought they had a few more missing players, but that was from the week before, wasn't it?
I think the high elves are looking good for a win here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I've seen them both positioning last game. And I'm gonna go according to their positioning from the last game, and I think the high elves did a better job there than Alder did.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's playing Alder, right?
Yeah.
But I do hope the Chors do manage to destroy the high elves as much as they can, because I do feel Ramaset is one of the top contenders for the playoffs, definitely after his 2 wins now. So he's going to be a huge threat for me as well, because I do expect myself to be in the top spots in the end. So I do want Alder to put some damage on him and get things going for the next few games.
I mean, you know, those 2 wins, one of them was against the team we've already described, you know, Gruff's frankly, you know, destroyed team. I'm not sure we can, you know, it's only been 2 games. We can't really read too much into the current standings.
No, but for me, like he's currently the leader, and the leader is the biggest threat.
Yeah.
So it's that simple. So I'm hoping he does a lot of damage to him. I do expect Ramazet to do pretty well.
Mhm.
And I've seen some things with all this game. I mean, Alder is a good guy, but I've seen some positioning there that could have been better. So I do think that if the high elves are in a position where they see like, oh shit, this isn't that well positioned from
Mhm.
him, they might steal the ball of him and get a score in.
Did you see? All our carries on the bull, right? So, I mean, that makes it harder to. Oh no, he's got the
You
hobgoblin.
get it on the hobgoblin.
Mm.
So yeah, that's the whole thing, and we'll see how it happens. Maybe Alder can just injure enough players and get through to the win.
I mean, that's
That could
basically
also happen.
my thinking is the Chorfs win by removing so many high elves. I think the tackle mighty blow piling on claw combination means a lot of high elves go down, and I don't see
Yeah,
I don't see a
it's
world in
something
which
that can.
the second half is not Ramazet with not a full team.
Yeah,
I think
that's something
Ramset's
that can
gonna
happen.
win. Yeah, I think Ramset's gonna win, but he's not gonna go unscathed though. He's gonna be missing a few players, few injuries, maybe a couple deaths,
Yeah, Gruff
but he's
mentions.
got to crawl his way.
Yeah, Gruff
But
mentioned. He also mentioned before, but on chat, he did 0 damage to the elves. I think he was hoping that a bit of armor failure, would have helped his game. And there's a point at which, going back to gambler's fallacy, at some point the armor dice are bad for you, and players die.
True. But one factor I wanna still point out, like, have you seen the ridiculous one turner from Ramazet there?
Yeah.
Well,
That's definitely gonna be a factor this game. Like,
going back to your dislike of the market, because he was a player bought on the market.
expectable. Expectable. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. Like those kind of monsters. Of course, they can be made naturally sometimes, and they have been made naturally on a previous team. But like, combine them with an already successful team that already has some strong skills that are made by themselves as well.
Mhm.
It's gonna be a bit of a problem for newer coaches to face these kind of teams, and that's why I kind of felt bad for Gruff as well. Like I felt genuinely bad for Gruff for this matchup.
Mhm.
Like I was like, this is way out of his league for his team.
Well, yeah, I think the natural one turner changes this from being a pretty good high elf team to being, a very very good team, where you can't really just 2-1 grind them because they're going to score their one turner back at you. So you have to do more than that.
Yep, definitely.
But yeah, you're right. It makes it. I mean, I actually this is almost enough of an argument for me to not like the market. Is the difference this one player has on this team, which happened because they bought them.
That's the point I was trying to make
Yeah.
with the whole transfer market system.
Yeah.
But yeah, it happened, and one day hopefully it will die as well.
It is only an armor 7 elf, and so
yeah, so there's a good chance.
If Uldar can't do it, at some point one of us will.
Or maybe he'll trip on one of the GF5s,
Yeah.
like do a double one and then poof that.
If you're making 6 every game, you should fail 1 in 5. So every 10 games your armor should break, and in 20 games you should die. Approximate stats.
Beautiful.
All right.
Yeah.
So
and thanks for the compliment. Compliment, by the way, Graf. I'm just reading through the chat.
Chris is a nice guy bit. Yeah. That was when we were talking about you not fouling Gruff at turn 16. You'd foul him in turn 2. Or anyway, yeah. So next is Ginny's Sugar Daddies against the Imperishable Four.
Ooh, this should be a good one.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Camry.
Yeah.
Terno is doing well. He did well versus Sandland.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm thinking about Camry, and I see them facing high agility teams, and that never works out really well, does it? Like they usually have some trouble against those teams because they fail to pick up the ball. They do have edgy
I
tweets.
was going to say, have you seen the two throw raws? Because basically,
Yeah.
they're not.
So
they don't have the usual problems that Camry have with the ball, but they do have a lot of Agi 2 and Agi 1, which means, like,
I'm just thinking, and this is the big question: like, do the Dark Elves have enough movement to simulate a Skaven versus Camry game? Because, like, I know Skaven can be total hell for Camry.
Yeah.
In that way, and I don't think they have enough movement to do that. So I think this is going to be a draw, because I don't think both teams can really force the issue here in this game.
Lady Killjoy has got 2 strip ballers, which is not going to do anything because the Camry are only going to be carrying on, on the sure hands player. Got quite a lot of agility. I don't know. The Witch Elf can leap in and try and do something.
But that'll be the last thing she does.
Yeah, he does like his fouling.
Yeah, it's Camry, so Camry will foul her. If she jumps in, she will get knocked down and she will get fouled.
They have 120 inducements. I mean, Lady Killjoy could spend the extra 30 to get Wizard, and that might change the way the game shapes up. But yeah, you're right. I think the Camry are going to win this.
Yeah, it's definitely a coin flip, so it could happen either way, in my opinion. But I can see the Camry winning this as well, of course, if they do enough damage. But I'm going for the draw generally.
Cool. You two, Mr. Wu.
Oh, Camry.
Okay. All right. Then I guess we go on to the I can't believe this game is happening. Oh, we all feel sorry for Gruff. If it wasn't bad enough, he had a player killed by High Elves. Now he's got to face 2000 TV chaos.
I'm gonna predict the Chaos are gonna win this, but for me spiritually, I do hope Gruff gets some result out of this, either a draw or a win is gonna be far-fetched with the team difference, but a draw would be really nice for him. So I am rooting for Gruff to get some result out of this game. But common sense says the Chaos will win. But Gruff, take that notion up. Like, make sure you do your best and see what happens.
Yeah, I wouldn't give up. I mean, 500 TV of inducements after the Chaos Suspense and Bank.
Yeah,
is something pretty interesting.
Definitely.
They could go for a 3 mummy front line with Rama. What's his name? I was going to say Ramaset. Is it Ramaset? Who's the star player? Mummy. Ramtut.
Yeah.
Or maybe Claw with what's his name? The Strength 4 werewolf.
I'm definitely going to be rooting for him in every way. Like,
but because he's the underdog and you expect him to get ruined, basically.
No, because I actually like I just generally list without any tactical concerns. Like, I do feel like the last match was horrible for him to get through, and I do feel the turn 16 fall feels like a bit of an injustice for him personally. So I do hope he's getting some result out of it. Like, I do wish him that. Like, regardless of what I think of Yorick, I do wish him to get something out of it. Yeah.
No, crap! I didn't know that, and he's corrected me after I said that he could have got Cheney. Yeah, undead can't get Cheney. Wow, that sucks. Okay. Because I just kind of assumed vampires get him, Necro get him. He's just kind of in my mental one of the undead star players, but not for undead. Undead in the broader dead players. Anyway, sorry. No, yeah, right, fine. Wow, learn something new every day. Huh. Gruff says Yorick's very nice about all this, and he's playing down his chances to actually win. But
Well, after what Gruff went through last game,
yeah,
Nuffle is going to bless his dice, and it's going to be an upset.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Just watch.
maybe.
Just watch.
I mean,
it's going to pull some ridiculous play for the win on like turn 15 or 16.
I mean, 2 mummies and a strength 6 mummy and a wizard is not a bad set of inducements to slow this team down, outstrength them, and it's not impossible, but yeah, it's going to be hard. Okay, and the last game of the set is me against Sandland, and we're going to be playing straight after. And
the game of the week.
Yeah, you said that every week. What's your opinions? Do I have to go first, or can you both start?
Yeah, it's gonna be a really difficult game for you, isn't it? Because you do need the opportunities to make some space here and there, and versus a team that is highly reliant with sidestep and that kind of thing, it's going to be quite hard for you to force through.
Yeah,
I think he has a sure hands player as well, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's going to be even harder to get the ball loose.
Strength 4.
The only
strength
thing,
4 sure hands. In fact.
Okay, strength 4 even. So yeah, that's like I wanted to say, like, the only thing I can remember like him having is not too many guard, but he doesn't need that many guard if he has freaking strength 4 on his. So you're gonna have a really tough time to get into a cage and get that ball loose. It could happen. And then you have a pretty nice chance to actually get a score out of it. So it all depends if you get that pop and if you get that score in. Because he doesn't have a lot of diving tackle or anything. He doesn't have any diving tackle at all.
Not yet, yeah. Those 2 strengths, I think, changed his. I'm sure they if they weren't strength, I have a feeling one or other of them probably would have been diving tackle.
But I've seen Sandland play.
He's gone for fend. So like his 4th blitzer, like where that fend is where I would put diving tackle. I picked diving tackle above fend.
I would have done the same, definitely. But I've seen him play, and he plays well. So I think even with that disadvantage of not having too much diving tackle, I think he can manage to get a draw out of you.
What do you think, Lord Wu?
Okay, I think you stand a reasonable chance. It depends if you can remove one of those blitzers. If you even remove one of them, that increases your chances a lot. Considering looking at the rest of his team is not really developed. He's missing his true killer.
Yeah.
So if Kermit could do something,
that's pretty
Kermit
much that's more or less exactly what I was thinking. It's going to be, between trying to remove a few peasants or that niggled blitzer with plus strength and a niggle is a very attractive target for me. I would love him to give me a hit on him with piling on, because the theoretical chance of getting +2 to an injury roll would be good for me.
But you're telling him your plans now, like
I'm fine with him knowing that. This is not this is not a great secret, I don't think. Again,
I bet he won't.
Okay, yeah. Sandland says he's going to bolt Kermit on turn 1.
How do you feel about this game? Do you feel confident about?
Mostly because of how you were talking about Sandland and how good he was at the beginning of this stream. I'm feeling less confident now than I was before we started talking. But you're right. I hadn't even, and he's just mentioned that basically he's going to be getting a wizard, essentially. So that's going to make it very hard. But Kislev, there's always a chance to turn the ball over and get it away and score.
To defend your case as well, you're a really good coach as well. So like it's gonna be an interesting game nonetheless. But
winning all your games in tier 3 doesn't mean anything now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But it depends on who removes the key piece first, in my opinion. So I'm gonna say it's gonna be a draw because I'm not tilting towards either side. So
yeah, he's not the only one with strength 4, and he might have he might have sure hand strength 4, but that's still a fairly good tackle, a good chance to knock him over with wrestle and tackle and a reroll. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I'm going to say it's definitely not going to be a draw, but I don't know which way it's not going to be a draw, because either way, the luck's going to be a bit better or a bit worse, and it's finally balanced. There will be no drawing, but I don't know who's going to win.
Because you don't like draws.
Yeah, I don't like draws.
Okay, then if you're saying it's not going to be a draw, then I think it's going to be Bretonians then.
Yeah.
Because you're either gonna throw something or gonna try to risk something. Like, you know what?
I'm not gonna do that to core night. I'm sticking with the draw here. No, but also, like, if you look at this division, like if you look at the last match day, look at the amount of draws that we had. Like, there's 4 freaking draws in there, and I can't expect us not to have any draws in this match week. So I predicted 2 draws, I think, in this match week. I think that's quite acceptable. So yeah, that's why I'm sticking with it.
Yeah. Well, there were actually 4 draws in the first week as well. You're right. There have been a lot of draws, which means like 1 or 2 wins really does kind of make a difference. But yeah, we'll see. It'll either be me or Sandland. Not to say anything, but Sandland is currently last place. So
That's true, but he didn't feel like last place when I was playing him.
Yeah. But again,
totally
it's that rock paper scissors thing of like the Skaven being the Bretts being a very good anti-Skaven team. I do think Bretts are one of the better. Like, they're fast enough. They always have tackle. They'll always have some mighty blow. They'll be able to outbash the rats mostly. But who knows?
He says just recreating last season. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so losing the first 2 games and then winning everything afterwards.
Exactly. Let's hope not, because I kind of want to have my chances for the playoffs.
Yeah.
And everyone wants to keep them, I guess.
Again, let me just say it one more time. This is a rebuilding season. I'm not trying to win anything, but I'm trying to win totally, 100%.
Just to give a small notion, like Sandland is saying that he's gonna win every game from now on, guys. So when you're facing Sandland, make sure you do a turn 16 foul.
Yeah.
I'm just generally saying, like.
Disrespect.
I'm gonna have to turn 16 foul him now, aren't I? Just to.
Yeah, just do it.
Yeah. Okay, and I think with that we're basically done, right? We're we've only spent 2 hours and 20 minutes talking, so I feel like it's been a short one, but
yeah, I'm a bit of a chatterbox. Sorry, if I get on the show, I usually.
No, it's good. I mean, that's part of why I like the idea of having guests is a different opinion, and getting so many words out of you was good.
Well, it was a pleasure being here, and I really like your recap so far.
Cool.
And I'm looking forward to the next ones. And guys, make sure you'll be on his show, because this is. What he's trying to do is just a bit of a community-driven show, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Just be a part of the show and just talk a bit about your team, talk about how you started Blood Bowl, and talk about your future matchups. What are your big threats for the division and that kind of thing. It's just going to be an interesting way to entertain everyone.
Yeah, exactly. and a nice easy way to spend 2 hours on a Thursday or Thursday.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, if Sandland doesn't mind, I'll stream the game, but I'm going to have like a 5 or 10 minute break before I come back. So I guess I'm going to say goodbye for now, and I'll put up a holding screen, and you two want to say goodbye. I will end the voice, and we can chat for a second as well.
Goodbye, everyone.
All right, have a good one. Good luck in your matches.
Okay, hello everybody, welcome back. Sandland, if you're ready, you know, just send the invite and oh, didn't send that. Oh, yay! All right, here we go. So words stuff. Yeah, nothing. We get to see a wizard. Ease. Actually, I mean, you could get a bribe or even 2 bribes. Oh, a replacement Bretonian blocker. That is surprising. Level 2, I guess. Guard. I guess that might be related, in fact, to what what Crystal was saying about not having enough protection for a cage against an equally strong sacking threat, which you know, I think is very interesting. And maybe another player, as I was hoping to remove even your peasants. Very interesting. I'm assuming guard. Let's find out. Ah. Now this is I'm going to go on defense. Yeah. And yes, it is a guard blocker. So yes, someone is worried about me leaping in and threatening the ball. I was like, oh look, have I got no subs, so no chance to put him away. Let's put those 2 like that. But no, not doing that. That was a mistake. And obviously, if Sandland, if you're watching and you know, getting all my clever thoughts, then I'm looking forward to you responding in chat with how you think things are going, and whether, you know, I am very surprised by the idea of a guard blocker. I do think there are better ways to protect a cage from leaping, or more ways, not better. And a wizard could win you a game a lot better than another guard could. Oh, I've just realised that my guard catcher's out, because that would obviously make a big difference. Yeah. Cool. Very interesting choice. I like it. Oh, and Ramaset followed when I wasn't around. Thanks for the follow, Ramaset. Stay fantastic. Oh no, sorry, that's someone else. You might occasionally hear me choke because I'm eating nuts. There. Ooh, perfect. Yay, more rerolls. Rerolls are good. And in fact, so I've got fame, even better. And I've got fame because I've got better fan factor. So you know, fan factor's a good thing. And I got the reroll because of also having a coach assistant, which is divisive. But I actually think the coaching assistants and cheerleaders are worth it. Yep. And I rolled a 7 and you rolled an 8 or 9. I missed it. I've forgotten now. A 10. I rolled 7. You rolled 10. Oh no, it's the other way around. I'm misreading it. You've got more than me. You won. I won due to dice. Never matter. Never mind. But I do like a coaching assistant and a cheerleader. I know that they're not value for money in terms of getting rerolls from them, but I think they are value for money in terms of stopping your opponent getting rerolls. If that makes sense. Nice. The first block without block or wrestle. Forced to re-roll because it's 1 in 9. I don't know about forced actually. Quite a safe position. I'm miles away from the ball. So many choices to foul. Who do you foul? Who do you foul? My prediction was that Uldar will win because he Kazes you, but everyone else thought that your elves were too powerful. Yeah, it is his path to victory. Yay, I've made a leap. That almost never works. Where the ball carrier is the frenzy. I do like a frenzy strength 4 ball carrier. I think that means also that it's probably not as dangerous to stand a little bit closer to the sidelines. Go on then, let's be a bit threatening with that last move. Now that everyone else has cleared out and there's enough other things going on. I slept really badly, so I've been kind of achy all day. So there might be, I'm sorry if there's like occasional stretching noises from me. Oh, I need to change the title. It is no longer Rebbl Recap. It is now Rebbl 2B. 2B, not to be. Oh, I should have put one of those things in the stream that means I can divide it up easily as well. Oh well. Oh, it's too late. Oh, I forgot. Forget about it. Forget about it. I do like Brett's a lot. Just a push. I'm not so sure, you know. I think the armor 7 of the peasants has a propensity to fail, as like Chris Thunder was saying about the rats. The problem with rats is all the linemen dying because the linemen have no protection skills at all. And I think that's the same with Brett peasants. I think they get removed too easily. Oh no, it's a cage with guards. Sorry, that amused me probably more than it should have. Yeah, I don't remember you predicting a draw. I thought you said the elves were going to win. Oh, okay, I see. That makes more sense. Ooh. Let's have some fun. You know, I'm not really a fan of the whole kind of standoffy defending thing. So who's going there? Going there. Yes, that means he needs to go there. La la. The wonders of Juggernaut and... Oh, fine. Do not use Juggernaut. No, just a stun. Boom. Oh. Boo. Base. Yeah. They've, like, Kislev and humans are both really, like, the kind of the fact that they're all, what's the word? That they're a middle team, a hybrid team, means they can kind of keep up with the Agi teams, and also they've got enough bash to kind of do some damage as well. Now, where are you going to go, though? Nowhere. Nowhere, just stun my player. Fine. Yeah, the diving tackle against Agi 3 is great. Ooh, now who's basing? Exciting. Dirty play with +1. Come on, ref. Ref. Yay, not even a break. Excellent. Decisions. Okay, done. Let's do some hitting. We may or may not get to hit the ball at some point. It depends on a few 2+s. Hopefully this player dies. That's not nice. Oh, kind of. I would have liked him to have died more than anyone else. Now this jump up is a 2+ into a 2+, and it's dangerous because he's got sidestep. I do have tackle. I would like another +1, but to do that, I'd need to. I've not used my blitz yet, and I don't think I'm going to get to hit the ball. If I blitz there, relatively safe. Even a push. Yeah, follow. Got no re-rolls, so it doesn't matter if you solo that. Didn't work out. Nice block dice, idiot. Pretty much. Yeah, 3 jump up blocks. There were 2 of them, but I didn't take the second one because I wanted to free up the Garda so I could put him there, so I could then hit the plus strength blitzer. Do not use. But yeah, if the block dice had been different, I mean, you know, he could have been theoretically removed. I could have got hit on the ball. As it is, he's not got much in the way of free players. He could recover. It was risky. A little bit risky. I was hoping for at least a knockdown or 2 that I didn't get. Whereas the Bretts are getting, you know, all the knockdowns. Which is annoying. But, you know, you've got to roll the dice. Give yourself a chance. Still not blitzed, but kind of like how and where can you blitz that leaves you safe? Come on, yours going for 1 in 9. 1 in 9. No, that's not a 1 in 9. It's another knockdown. Ooh. No, go there. Go on, go there. Please go there. Ah, boring. Ah, you're going to go there so you can foul? Nice. Double GFI foul? Whoa! Hello, Space Cadet viewers. This I was not expecting. Just did a Rebbl recap, and now my game. I thought I'd just carry on streaming, but I now have like 80 people watching. So you know, no pressure. It's a Rebbl game, Division 2, so it's not even. And I like this. I keep saying it's a recovery. I'm recovering, right? This is not a win at all cost thing. I need to remember that whenever I'm playing, because I do find it difficult to think about that. And Sanlan has just written something. Now, I was thinking that might be good, because I could put him there, put 2 people there, and I could push this mighty blow into the cage. But I kind of need some guard. He's kind of my main guarder as well. So there are now like 80 people watching and no one saying anything except for the people who were already here before. Excellent. Lol. I really want to go for the really clever push play, but it might be just because people coming into the stream, and that's definitely not the right reason to do these things. I'm going to give myself some thinking time by doing this block, because 4-minute turns, not enough. Yeah, thanks, Space. That's fine. I'm usually, you know, not quietly judging you when you play, so I can't really complain when someone else does it to me. Ah, fuck it. Base, 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 base. Yeah, I'm not doing this push play. I changed my mind. I want to hit things. Again, possibly influenced by the appearance of Space. Let's hit things. The push play would have been, I would have gone there, I would have put another player there, and then I would have pushed this. No, wait, is it there? Sorry. I would have gone there, put 2 players there, pushed into him, and he would have gone there. I mean, I can still do that. There's a guarder here, and he's plus strength, and I don't really want to. Being the main reason. I still haven't blitzed. So let's do him there. Base, 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 base. And him there. Yeah, I'm not very good at the recovery game thing. I talk about it occasionally, but I like hitting things quite a lot, and it really gets in the way. He's a sidestepper. Where would he go? Let's just not. But, you know, let's keep going in. Yeah. La la la. I don't really jump that much as well. People say I jump a lot, but I don't really do much in the way of jumping. So he stands up, he hits him, that's fine. He's got my turn, it's them, he's there, he's that. Where kind of. Yep. Base, 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 base. And you're going in there. Yeah, basically, this team has a thing where every lineman who rolls a double gets guard and then instantly gets movement bust. And this player's got 2 doubles, so he's got move busted twice. Yeah, it is a lot of pressure talking to like 30 people because 40 of them have gone. Oh, you mean that wasn't even that good a turn. Like the turn before. If that had worked out, that would have been a really good turn. But anyway. No pressure. Got 4 minutes. Take your time. Oh, my opponent's listening, by the way. Hence me, you know, maybe suggesting one thing and then doing something different. The push play was ridiculous and would have been terrible. But, you know, taking the little victories is basically how you play Bretts. And goblins and stunties and underworld. God, there's a lot of skills. What a mess. All the knights and the blitzers being all in one place. Gonna keep moving around to hide the ridiculous number of skills visible. I mean, I'd say as the Bretts, I wouldn't know what to do. So, you know, good luck at Sandland. Who's St. Crispin's Day? Oh, another active choice of wrestle, which I think is interesting. Oh, gotta love a bit of push playing. It also means it's another turn where a player doesn't have to roll an armor. Assuming that, you know, when it works like that. Yeah, I'm British and I don't know St. Crispin's Day. You'd be surprised at how few British people are aware of the Saints. What with the fact we kind of gave up. Oh, the Battle of Agincourt. I know what the Battle of Agincourt is. Of course. But, you know, still, I still bet there's lots of people who don't know stuff like that. Run away! To quote, the knights who say knee, in case, you know, anyway, fine, yeah, you know that words. I mean, not really run away very far. Run away far enough from the guard dwarf, but no one else. And look, your niggled blitzer is now doubly based by tackle and diving tackle. That seems like a bad place to be. Whoa! I assume that was a follow. Slotty Bartfast! I feel like you spelled that wrong, but fine. Oh, and piling on. Yeah. Yay! I mean, it doesn't matter how long you take, it's still going to be a both down. Okay, and it's still a both down even though you re-rolled. And I'm not wrestling. But I just want this to take a little bit longer because I think it's funny. No, okay. Now, is the first thing I do hit the pilot, hit the niggled blitzer, or should I like actually try and think about what my tactics should be and all that shit? The blodging surrounded by 3 tacklers niggled blitzer. Like, I can probably get the ball if I really want to, right? But it's like a leap, a dodge, and 2 GFIs. Let's not. I mean, nah, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, there were. The inducements are the loner guard blocker, which I was very surprised about, I've got to admit. Let's do that later. Let's stand you up, though. I'm gonna stand you up there. Okay. That's the only thing I'm going to do before this. Oh, see? What great dice I get. You know, I'm inclined to greed this just so I... Should I greed this? I'm totally greeding this. Yay! Worthwhile! Now, it doesn't matter where you go. I'm still going to... No. Oh, what? I didn't get asked to pile on. Why did I not get asked to pile on? Was that the wrong... Did I blitz with the wrong... Did I hit with the wrong player? Ah, you twats. That wasn't even the pile on player. Idiot. Too many bloody skills around, that's the problem. La, la, la. Okay, so I've still got a pile-on hit to go. And now he can't sidestep anywhere. I'm going to put that catcher there, because I wasn't moving him because I wanted... Oh, that's a leader player, that. So, really? Leaving one player based is not basing a lot, before anyone says that I'm too aggressive. Look, I'm being all careful and like doing other things first and everything. Wish I had some dirty player, I really do. Oh, for pity's sake. Yeah, go away then. Or don't go away. Oh yeah, go away. Good. Just worried there. Forgot about sidestep. You could have moved there. I would have not liked that. You're going to stand over here. Oh, not do the GFI because that would be silly. AV. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought he was going to do. But no, he runs away like a little girly girl. Run away! Oh, second KO, and it's the Garda, who he thought was so important to replicate. Didn't realise it was a Movement 5 Garda. I think my choice to go on defence was a good one as well, just saying. I also think my choice to base a lot was a good one. Fend. Why doesn't he have jump up? He gets hit so much, he should really have jump up. I mean, I think it's, you know, it's yeah, we'll see. There's still a lot of turns to go yet. Is it time for a sideline cage? Oh, it's a time to GFI for a sideline cage. Ah, boo. Boo. It's not in scoring range yet, so there's not that much to worry about. It's all fine. A lot of his players seem a long way away, though. Lol. Yeah. Not surprised you missed your killer. I think that player being out was massive for this game. Yeah, I think so. Missed that last comment. No Kaz at all is hard. Especially when the other team's got 2 removals already. Totally agree. And seems to be intent upon basing up your team all the time, which, you know... And when the other team has a lot of control skills, too. So, like, having an awful lot of things like stand firm and sidestep. Actually, I don't have that much sidestep. One sidestep. You're getting that. I'm actually going to block with the catcher because that's how much outnumbering thingies words I have. Do. Die! Why won't you die? It's risky. But, you know, people watching might realise I quite like risk. Ugh. Rubbish. That's not good. Is it bad enough that I'm willing to re-roll it? Yes. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's better. Okay, get out of that then. Yeah, no pylon, no balls, exactly. I mean, I don't think that's true. But I think it's a very good idea to pylon when it's a good idea. And not at any other time. I mean, the thing is, I was worried about piling on because obviously it gives him an opportunity to foul with Dirty Player. But he's got to do a lot over here to foul with Dirty Player. And I guess, even if he gets fouled, Kermit's life is not as important as really screwing up the drive of the Brett. We're going to see some one dice rolled with only one reroll left in turn 8, and no scoring threats yet. Three players down. It's not really, you know, not really a good time to try and concentrate on fouling, which is largely why I decided to pile on. Actually, I was only 2 players up at that point, so you know. Pardon me. Oh look, he avoided a double 1 by armor roll. Oh, no Dirty Player foul then. Excellent. Two minutes of the turn taken. 1 block has been made and 2 players have stood up, which, you know, is a good sign as far as I'm concerned. Oh no, you've hit my wrestler over. Frenzy trap? Well, I meant to be only a 1. Oh no, it's a frenzy trap. Hey, push. Ah, boo. Oh, just roll a 6. Bloody diving tackle. That was a dodge out of diving tackle and tackle, you bastard. Now, I'm not sure about that wrestle. But fine. I mean, we know what's going to happen now. There's going to be another dodge out of diving tackle. It's going to be another 6. Oh, no. No, he didn't do it. Well, that is a surprise. I mean, I'm going to get 2 dice on the ball with wrestle and tackle. As long as as long as one block goes my way. Right. He's not a guarder, is he? He's not got hidden guard, does he? Yeah, better you roll dice than me. Fine. Actually, no. What I want to do is I want to send you over to here. 2 dice on him, or I mean 2 on yeah, like that. That way. Bet you this is rubbish too. God damn it. Oh, it's not rubbish. Hurrah! Let's stay. Hey, it's done. Well, that's gonna be annoying for you, isn't it? That stun really makes a big deal of difference. And the reason I wouldn't have taken the wrestle... because you give me a chance to, I should have done that way before, shouldn't I? That was stupid of me to that was stupid of me not to have done that at the beginning. Guess I should do this as well. God damn it. And I guess I should do this. Should I wait until I do that first? No, I shouldn't. I should do that. Yeah, that's fine. Bang. And follow. Do not use. So this is one where you don't pile on. A, you didn't break armor, and B, diving tackle on players. Yay! Die, die, die! Cool. Fail, fail. Boo. Roll a 1. All made possible by that 1 in 9 on the diving tackle player. Oh, poor Vladimir. I mean, I considered appoing that for just a second. Gotta admit. 3 plus, 4 plus. Yeah, tackle, of course. 4 plus, 4 plus. Die! Why won't you die? Excellent. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Long, long pass. I forgot about sidestep, and I I was just thinking about trying to fill in these 5 squares here to get a surf before I realised I'd have to fill in these 7 squares. So forget that. He doesn't actually need an assist. I could make it 3 with 3 players. So I might have enough for if I do. So I want to hit this peasant first. Oh no, I can't get 3 dice. I was wrong. Here, I meant. Yeah. Oh, maybe I can actually. Do not use. Die! Piling on. Yeah! Dirty player is out of here. And also, 2 SPP closer to... Oh, loses an armor point value. That's bad. 2 SPP closer to legend, which I'm, pretty happy with. And I'm also going to do the 3 dice here. Also, just because it means 1 less dodge. I mean, you've obviously had an armor break on me because I've got a player in the KO box. But I've also had I have had a couple of stuns as well. Oh, niggled into MNG. Okay. Yeah, I know. I pointed out the KO. But he also, there have been 3 or 4 stuns at the beginning of the... Oh, can I actually make it to... there were 3 or 4 stuns in the first few turns as well, just like when I was doing the crazy basing. What is that? 4 plus? 75%? Easy. But yeah, it has. I've been lucky. I should get a face cam because then you'd really be able to see how badly I'm lying. Yeah, it turned out well. I mean, phenomenal's a bit strong. I made 2 3 dices. 1 on AV7 with Mighty Blow and Piling On. 1 with straight, the second Kaz was kind of lucky, I guess. Oh, Sandland's PC has died. I thought I might have, for a second there, after being so smug, I thought his anger was, had caused him to pull the plug out on the internet or something. But he's just discorded me to say he's on his way back in. It's going to be tough for him. Yeah, that was a very swingy turn. You're right. What, 20% is that? Does that include the piling on? So 3 dice with Mighty Blow on AV7 is still only 20% with piling on. I can check if you want. I have the tables that that BB Tactics use. I mean, I have them. I mean, they are but a Google away. Ah, there we go. Just memory. Maybe you're right, actually. 20% probably. Wait. No. Odds piling on. Oh, that's after a successful armor break. In total, if you get down to AV7. Mighty Blow piling on Kaz. Wow, you're right. Mighty Blow piling on Kaz on armor 7 is 20.8%. So 1 in 5. Yeah, okay. I take it back. That was very lucky to have got two injuries in one turn. I mean, I've done other hits as well, and they didn't result in any injuries, though. Yeah, it doesn't include the block dice. I mean, the chance... What's 25% times 25% times 25%? It's 1/64th for that to have been a knockdown. For that not to have been a knockdown, right? And frankly, I probably would have re-rolled it if it hadn't been a knockdown. Because I am, pretty, what's the word? Aggressive sometimes. 3 minutes 45 left. That's not just me saying that out loud. I was typing it to Sandlan. Tell him. Aggressive. And I think I'm quite controlled sometimes. Oh, that was greedy. Yeah, you're right. That would have been greedy to re-roll the 1 in 64 chance of failing to knock down a peasant. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, no, but I'm explaining the weird vocal tick of me saying something out loud, rather than, oh, but you're right. I don't need to type it in. Yeah. I mean, that was the second or third time I've hit DP with that player. So, if you can just add percentages together, which you can't really, we're looking at getting close to 70% for a chance to Kaz him, and even more for the chance of having actually removed him, if that makes sense. Because I could, the 20% is just the Kaz chance, right? It's another 24% on top of that for a KO. So there was an almost 50% chance of him being removed, right? Two minutes left. 2 minutes remaining. Don't you dare fail to get back in so that we have to replay this. I will be most aggrieved. Yeah, a good turn, but of the 8 turns, I've not, I don't think I had a great deal of luck in the previous turns. There was one turn where it was just pushes, right? 1 minute 30 left. You were making me feel nervous. Cheers, Ramaset. Thanks for chatting. It's always nice when there's someone talkative in stream as well. I know what it's like. I tend to spend a lot of time. Whoa! Oh yeah, it redoes that because you just rejoined. I see this already, and okay, that's quite lucky for me. The fact that you didn't get any KOs back, that's harsh. Yeah, all your KOs staying out is terrible. Anyway, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm being smug. I apologise. I'm not very good at. I'm not a good winner. I'm far more practiced and better at being a good loser. I mean, it's a bit early to be saying GG. I'm gonna, although, yeah, you're right. Having only 8 players left is going to be tough. Oh, and yeah, your niggled player still got frenzy, so I can't stand there. Oh, you know, maybe I'm overly positive. I tend to say things aren't over when people say they are. But I've also seen a lot of games where people think it's all over and it isn't. My last Imperium Cup game, my opponent was whining the whole way through about it being over from like after the first quarter, maybe, and he won it in overtime. Because, you know, there's the chance of a comeback it happens. Let's say greedy piling on. It's going to depend a lot on how effective these blocks are as well. I mean, if I get a removal now, it's a big deal. There we go. Yeah, so another KO is pretty bad. Yeah. Hey, Kinder. This is week 3. This is the first game of week 3. Oh, the title says week 2, doesn't it? Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, okay, 2 removals. Looks tough, he says, using slightly euphemistic language. Actually, no, damn it. I do want to be there. In fact, I want to be there. Because now I'm winning, right? Now I'm going to be greedy. I mean, I mean, I was greedy with the piling on, maybe. And, you know... But I'm going to pick up with Agi 3 in the hope of vanity passing for an SVP. Thank you. Yeah, it was a fun recap. You should check out the VOD. Although I very rarely check out VODs. Alright, now change the thing. Change the title to be Week 3 game. Update information. Boom. Alright. Thanks for that, Kinder. Ooh. Oh. I mean, it looked like a clever push play, but you appear to have left a lot of people based. Are we all getting our matches played really early this week? We're going to be finished even earlier. Yeah, Crystal was talking about your stocks being... Basically, he's looking for a bargain. He bought your stock because it's cheap, because you're goblins and no one would touch them with a barge pole. And hoping that as you're a good goblin coach, you'll pay dividends, quite literally. Ugh. Yeah, people have mentioned they bought my stock as well. I was like, well, that's not a good idea. My team's been ruined. Not going to... I mean, you know, I've been lucky in this game. Yeah, the people's... The Rebbl stock investment is definitely a lot of pressure. I might try and incorporate the stock prices into the next... next recap. And maybe a picture of the word stonks. Ah. At first, when I saw the foul icon, I thought you were going to foul with the blitzers in the hope of getting with the hope of getting removed. You know, so worried about. You know, the game that you're just going to let you're going to foul with your. Don't worry, I play pretty quick. Don't worry, I'll keep my turns to like. Agreed. See, that went through armor without using Mighty Blow. Oh, just another stun. I mean, just another KO. Okay, yep, that was really, really, really greedy. I totally agree. That was just pure greed. I do have 5 players on the pitch. I am against 5 players on the pitch, though, so you will excuse me. If I just carry on being really, really greedy. On the bright side, I'll probably play quite quickly. Boo, just a push. Fine, more pushes. La 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 la. Having used the reroll, I will do a 2+ handoff. 3+. What's 3+? Oh wait, no, sorry, I forgot. 2+. La la la. There we are. See, that's the kind of fouling I was expecting. Oh, harsh. Oh, doubly harsh. In no way am I laughing my tits off. It is no fun having this kind of game. I am totally aware of that. Yeah, it happens indeed. I mean, I totally understand from how completely useless I felt in my game against Chaos as well. That was probably just as bad as this. I mean, I was thinking about fouling your peasant, so you should be happy that I'm not doing that, you know. Fine. That would have been too greedy, having used the Mighty Blow already on the armor. 4 players on the pitch. Can we get a pitch clear? Yeah, that's the fear I always have against playing goblins. I've played quite a lot of goblins, so I think I know how to beat them. And like, I think Kiandere was pretty unhappy with losing against me, but I think I played well. because he was my first game of the season. Yeah, it was my first game of the season. And basically, yeah, my fear was I felt pretty confident of winning, but there's always the fear that they're just gonna remove all your players. That was a lot of ha-ha-haing. Not the kicker. Ah, he's up. I guess I should do this first. Safe moves first, and all that. How greedy of it would it be of me, words, to score? Quite greedy, wouldn't it? Let's see how this goes first. Ooh, greed. Yeah, I know I shouldn't. But, you know, I probably shouldn't start fouling peasants either. Oh, I could have taken them both down there, couldn't I? Not even a stun. Now, some people might think fouling is crazy. But at this point, I'm not going to... Like, if players get sent off, I won't score. But... no, that's it. You know... But if I foul and get a couple of removals, then maybe scoring's not a terrible idea. Also, there's the whole thing of, like, it makes it, okay, so... Yeah, I mean, also, him getting sent off might induce me to score quicker. Although, running out of rerolls is probably not going to help. Just need to badly hurt. Don't want to kill him, but badly hurt. Oh, that's what I was asking for. Now we're thinking. Now I'm thinking more about the idea of. Yeah, there you go. Safe, exactly. Now I'm considering the possibility that scoring sooner might not be such a bad idea. Let me just do one more foul to really make my mind up. Essentially, and don't worry, I'm going to do it on the low nut. And obviously it means that if I get sent off, it's going to slow my scoring down anyway. Just a stun. 4 turns, I'll be 2-1 up. Like, it's a pretty boring game if I don't score as well. I think there's a lot to be said for scoring because it's fun. There are people watching, and you know, I don't want to just have a boring game of everyone staying on the thing. There we are, 3 staying out. That's pretty good. You've got your mighty blow back. I hope you're happy. I mean, happy's probably too strong a word. Okay. And both your guarders. I mean, if you actually have enough players to form a cage, it'll be great. Oh. Yep, that's true. But he is niggled, so it will be better for you if I mean, you've lost this game anyway. If I actually kill him, at least, you know, at least you won't have a niggled player anymore. So I really do think having a niggled player is a terrible idea. Oh, sorry, I was getting confused. I also have a Brecht themed. I mean, a Knights of the Round Table, whatever the Monty Python themed team. And when you said Brave Sir Robin, I was like, oh, is he on my team? I do actually have a Robin, I think, or I did used to have a Robin. I think my guard catcher's called Robin. I can't remember, but clearly not Brave Sir Robin. Oh, poor Loner. There you go, one closer to us reaching parity. Yay! It's your second removal. You know, it's easy to forget about the other one. Now, I scored with the intention of getting more SPP, but I wasn't really thinking entirely about who I wanted the more SPP to go on. Which obviously was a mistake. And just pure greed. I would quite like it for you to kill Mr. Mike. The 2 movements really should go, means he should go, but the guard is so good. Your turn to do some farming of SPP. Oh, no, because 1 in 9. Sorry. That sucks. Really, it does. See, I was... So far, this is a 5 SPB game. Oh yeah, no Kaz, no passes. No, nothing. Okay, I won't re-roll that one. That would have been way too greedy. Okay, I do want you to go that way. I do want you on him, and I want you... He's back up. When your kids live, you might as well leave occasionally. Yay! My bet is, oh yeah, the niggled blocker is probably going to win MVP. Maybe, just maybe. The Loner. because you can't buy mercenaries. I mean, imagine if you bring this one back, though. Imagine how amazing that would be. Comeback of the century, watched by millions. I guess not. This is the difference between AG3 and AG4, where, you know, when you're playing as elves, sometimes you just think, oh, I might just randomly throw a player forward and win this. Now, is that the thing where you did 2 GFIs straight in a row? And you failed the first one, then you failed the second one? Something like a 30% chance. Tackle! That's a shame. Ugh, peasants! Loner. Oh, can't get to this where I want to. GFI is better than leaping, which is what I was thinking about doing, just because it's funny. And because, you know, people are watching. Pow! On the niggle. La la la. Almost over. Oh, that was a mistake. I shouldn't have given it to him. I shouldn't have stood in there. That was very stupid. Oh, he lives. Thank God for that. Base, 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 base. So, really want to get a mighty blow here on the niggle. I really want to score on him. Oh, the greed's too much, man. The greed is too much. You got 1 turn left. I'm not that worried about getting scored against. 1 dice. It's re-rollable. Yay! Thanks, Crystal. Now he dies. And then you'll have, yeah, oh yeah, one dice powers are pretty much the guaranteed way of killing people, aren't they? Nope, not a death. Okay, I do want to score on the Agi guy. I'm gonna throw. Actually, give to here. Well, it's gonna fail now. Oh, it did fail. Lol. Maybe not. It's not over yet. Yep. Has to be a handoff. So I've already done the pass. And I've used up the reroll, so I could get another one. No! Greed is good. I am sorry. It's horrible, you know, being on the receiving end of this kind of what has eventually been the dicing. I think if you watch back, I don't think it started off that well, but it snowballed. It was, you know, just the right moments of luck in my favour. All my KOs coming back, half of yours. Sorry, Sandland. And I apologise if if I've been a little bit too much gleeful in my, enjoyment of the, the Kislev victory. I do think it has mostly stemmed though from me winning the toss, choosing to defend, and stopping the Bretts being able to move. And I think that's the key, basically. When you were trying to cage up very heavily and get all together and you just kind of got bogged down, that's when I won. Not the removals per se, although the removals started coming because I was getting lots and lots of blocks, I think. But yeah, 3-0. Now we just need someone to beat Ramaset and Crystal and all the other people who've also won a game or two. Well, yeah, you're right. I mean, you didn't get sent off once either, so the fouling's kind of, 50-50. I've got 3 Mighty Bow and you've got 1. If we're going to talk about Mighty Blow failing to Kaz, I didn't get a Kaz until turn 8. I'm not complaining, I'm just purely, discussing how the dice fell in different parts of the game, right? My turn 8 was good, but the turns in that half hadn't necessarily been that great, and that made it very hard for you. Yeah, Thurnlau saying, "What did I just witness?" when you remember the game against me last season. You know. Wait. What? Riot? Oh, fuck. You might score after all. Alternatively, I might get more chances to hit your players. Nah, boo. Wow. Just wow. Okay, that's unlucky. You'll get another chance next turn, it'll be fine. Wait, I don't want to hit you. Oh, I'm sorry, but I might... I'm sorry, but, you know, I don't want the loners to get SPP. Nope. Lodge didn't fail. Cool. GG. I would have thought you would have hit the other loner to try and, you know, free up the pass. And also to make this block better. Instead, you want to foul one of my players. Turn 16 foul! Of course! What was I thinking? Good game. Oh, I forgot all about the turn 16 foul. Damn it! I should have tried to. Oh, you had no one lying down. I couldn't. Okay. Well, I guess I should actually up it. You know. I guess I'm probably going. Ooh, let's re-roll that into a 4. Enough to buy 2 more players, and I have no MNGs. And let's see who the MVP lands on. Oh, it was the loner blocker. Who'd have thought it? I think, in fact, Sandland specifically said it was going to go on the loner blocker. Mr. Mike gets MVP. Kind of don't want him to get another level. So, you know. The SVP was 0 for the Knight Saini. And 25 for Bear Gills, which is not even in the top 5 of the most I have ever managed with this team. Yeah. I didn't get any level ups. Oh yeah, I got a level up. Yay! Anyway, that's probably me. I'm gonna do the level up now. I'm not gonna pass it yet, have I? God, why does it pause so much? God damn it. Thanks, Sandland. I'm sorry if that was horrible to play, especially the second half. You know, obviously it was a great deal of fun for me. Yeah. Oh, you've not... Have you... Did you... what's it yet? Have you confirmed the game? That's what I'm looking for. Oh, Space Cadet. Space Cadet hosted me, and is he back on now? Did I not confirm? Oh, well, whatever. Maybe it didn't count it, and we still got to play it again. Lol. Yeah. Is Space Cadet actually on? If so, I will re-host him. He is not actually on. It's just Twitch not updating very well on the the dashboardy thing. I get that a few times. Oh, Full Metal Course is on. So I am going to go give it to Full Metal SB. There we are. Full Metal Cause. I'm going to raid. Thanks for everyone for watching, and you know, it was fun. I'm sorry, Sandland. Thanks. Also, thanks for the recap before that. Thanks for the raid, and thanks for the viewers and the thanks. And you know, and then there's that pause where you press raid, and then it says, "Oh, it's going to raid in a few seconds." Anyway, thank you very much, everyone, and goodbye.